Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I didn't see much working there during the day. The building itself was unremarkable. Office space, fluorescent lights, low ceiling. It was definitely the kind of place that was always feeling temporary, no matter how long you'd been there. It sat on the edge of an industrial area, far enough from everything else that the parking lot felt isolated after dark, but close enough that no one ever questioned it. I worked late a lot, not all-nighters, just late enough that I was often the last one to leave. By the time I shut down my computer and walked out, the building would already feel hollow. Lights off, hallway echoing. Nothing strange ever happened on the inside. It was always in the parking lot. I parked in the same spot every night, habit more than intention. Backed in near the edge of the lot, under a light that flickered just enough to notice, but never enough to fix. When I got into my car, I'd go through the same routine every night. Seatbelt, keys, engine, check mirrors. The first time something happened, I thought I was just tired. I'd started the car and glanced into the rearview mirror, getting ready to back out, when I saw him standing directly behind my car. An old man, close enough that if I'd backed up, I would have hit him. He wasn't moving, just standing there, staring straight at me through the mirror. His face was pale, expressionless, not angry, just present. I spun around in my seat immediately. There was no one there. The space behind my car was empty. There was no movement or shadows pulling away. I heard no footsteps. I sat there for a while, for sure longer than I needed to. But my heart was sort of racing, and I was telling myself that it was just stress or exhaustion, but my nerves were shot. My brain had filled in a shape that wasn't really there, I told myself. I backed out and drove home. I didn't think about it again until it happened the second time. Same spot, same routine, same moment. Start the car, look in the mirror. There's the old man. And he looked identical to the last time I'd seen him. I turned around and, of course, nothing. This time, though, I got out of the car. I checked behind it, looked between the rows, walked a few steps away, scanning the empty lot. There was no one. The gate was locked. No other cars. There was no place that someone could have gone without me seeing or hearing them. I told myself if it happened again, I'd say something to someone. Well, it happened again and again. Not every night, but enough that I started to expect it sometimes. Often weeks would pass without anything. Other times it would happen 2 or 3 nights in a row. Always when I was alone, always after dark, always in the mirror. I guess I accepted he was a ghost from the beginning, but when the details never changed, when he was always looking exactly the same, when I couldn't find him outside of the mirror, I believed he wasn't real. I never felt like he was going to hurt me. That might sound strange, but it's true. He wasn't scary or like a sense of threat and danger. There was just a deep, cold awareness that I was being watched, and then confirmation that it was so. After a while, what should have been fear really just turned into annoyance, resignation. I got tired of the spike of adrenaline, tired of the momentary panic that came with seeing him and the emptiness that followed when I turned around and he wasn't there. I was tired of questioning my own sanity, night after night. So I just adapted. I stopped looking behind me. I'd start the car, put my hand on the gear shift, and back out slowly without checking the rearview mirror at all. I relied on the side mirrors. I watched the lines on the pavement, trusted the empty space. Never did hit anyone. It was odd, though. The first few times I did it, my whole body screamed at me not to. Every instinct told me that I was about to hit someone, that I was being reckless, that I was ignoring something important. But nothing ever did happen. Eventually, it became normal. I still saw him sometimes out of the corner of my eye if I wasn't careful. A flash of pale in the mirror if I accidentally glanced up too soon. But I learned how to avoid it, how to leave without acknowledging whatever was standing behind me. I never did actually end up telling my coworkers. I decided there wasn't a version of the story that didn't make me sound unstable. And I never asked about the building's history because I didn't know who to ask. I didn't want names or explanations anyway, but I did hope that somebody would casually mention it. I don't work there anymore, so I haven't seen him since I left. But I will say, looking in the rearview mirror has never really been quite the same since. There's always a brief moment for just a second where I do expect to see him again. Both of these things happened in New Mexico, in roughly the same stretch of land. If you've ever driven from Eileen to Mountaineer, you know the road. After you leave town, it turns into a long, straight run across Becker Flats, nearly an hour of flat, empty highway with nothing to break it up. Becker Flats has a reputation. Locals will tell you all kinds of things about it. Drug smugglers landing planes on the highway, strange animals no one can identify, UFO sightings. There's even a ranch out there, mountain shadows, that people love to whisper about. Most of which I'm sure is just recycled satanic panic nonsense. Still, the place has a feel to it. Even if you don't buy into the stories, you notice it. The first thing happened in 1990. I was driving across Becker Flats around 9 p.m., doing about 70 with my high beams on. There was no traffic or weather, really. Just a clear night, long stretch of empty road. Out of nowhere, something ran in front of my car. It was an ant. And not metaphorically, not ant-like. A literal ant. 6 legs, 3 body segments, antenna. Perfectly clear in the headlights. It was about 14 inches long, though, roughly the size of a shoebox. The moment the light hit it, it stopped and froze in place. I didn't have time to swerve. Both tires hit it. Then the rear, and instead of crushing it, the car lifted. Not much, but enough that I felt it. Enough that it made a tremendous noise, like hitting a speed bump at high speed. The whole car jolted. I nearly lost control. I pulled over shaking, half expecting to see something, a smear, a body, anything. But there was nothing. No remains and no damage to the car. No explanation that could make any sense. I got back in and drove the rest of the way home, trying very hard not to think about what I'd just run over, or how something that size could exist at all. The second thing happened a few months later, in almost the exact same area. This time it was earlier, just after sunset, around 7 p.m. I was still a good 30 minutes from Mountaineer where I lived. I passed a man walking on the side of the highway, heading the same direction I was. That alone was unusual. You don't see pedestrians out there. There's nowhere to walk. I slowed down to get a better look. He appeared to be Native American, most likely Navajo. His hair was long and tied back in a bun. He wore a red bandana around his forehead like a sweatband, jeans, a blue t-shirt, and an old army field jacket. OD green, no camouflage. Vietnam-era style. The sleeves had lighter patches where rank stripes had clearly been removed, 3 of them, like a sergeant. He had on black, pointy-shoed cowboy boots and a silver concho belt. Nothing about him looked out of place individually. It was in the context that didn't fit. I remember thinking, that's odd, and I kept driving. About 30 minutes later, I reached Mountaineer, and I passed the cantina on the main drag, going slow since the speed limit there is 30. I saw the same man pulling open the door to go inside. Same bandana, jacket, boots, belt. There had been no other cars that had passed me to drive into town. Even if he'd managed to hitch a ride immediately after I found him on Becker Flats, there's no way he could have beaten me there. As I crept past, he turned his head and he looked directly at me. He held my gaze until I was gone. I told a few friends about it, mostly to see if anyone recognized him. They didn't, but they told me that I should be careful for a while, said I had been marked by a skinwalker. I genuinely thought that was really silly, and I did laugh it off. I assumed they were messing with me. But I asked a couple of guys that I knew who were Navajo and Zuni. I described the man, told them where and when I'd see him, and they didn't laugh. In fact, they told me the same thing, and then they told me to never mention it again. So, oops. I've wanted to get this off my chest for a while because it's one of those things that still bothers me when I'm driving at night. When I was a kid, probably about 8 or 9, I was heading home with my grandma. It was around dusk, and we were coming to a stop up ahead. There was a man. He was starting to cross the street right in front of us. The weird thing wasn't that he was there, but his face. I swear, he didn't have one. As he walked past the car, he looked towards us, and it was just smooth. It looked like pale, blank skin stretched over a skull. It was just flat and featureless. It wasn't like a mask. It looked like his actual head. I remember feeling this immediate cold pit in my stomach. I turned to my grandma and I said, "Did you see that man? He didn't have a face." She didn't even look stressed. She just kept driving and told me that nobody had crossed the street. She was completely calm about it, insisting the road had been empty the whole time. I looked back, and the guy was just gone. There was nowhere for him to have ducked into that quickly, but the sidewalk was totally bare. I have tried to tell myself over the years that it was my imagination, but it was so physically real in the moment, I can't really imagine that. My grandma wasn't the type to mess with me either, so if she says she didn't see him, she really didn't. It's just creepy to think that I saw something right in front of the car that wasn't really there, at least not for anyone else to see. I think about it every time I pass that intersection still. I was just thinking about this because of another weird experience I had, but I figured I'd share this one separately. A while back, I was driving down I-270 in Missouri, and I ended up off an exit heading toward Union. Once you get away from city lights, it's just total pitch black nothingness on both sides of the road. I was cruising along when my headlights hit something on the shoulder. It was this massive black dog, or wolf, I guess. But it was way too big to be anything normal. It was just sitting right there on the side of the highway, just watching. The thing that really struck me was the fur. It looked like stereotypical werewolf from a movie, with this long, wavy, greasy-looking hair. It didn't look like a healthy animal. The hair looked matted and heavy, almost wet. It was just sitting perfectly still in the dirt as I passed by. I've seen plenty of deer and coyotes out in the sticks, but this was different, strange. The scale of it was very wrong, and it didn't flinch when my car passed. Just stayed there in the dark. I didn't stick around to get a better look, and I definitely didn't slow down. What I find odd or interesting since then is I've heard many stories of people seeing this black dog or wolf in the road. They all describe it pretty similarly. And sure enough, none of them seem to believe it's a dog either. There's just something unnatural out there in nature. I think I just saw the black dog, so please tell me I'm not crazy. I literally had to stop shaking just to type this, but I got home and I had to post. I've heard the stories for years. Everyone around here has them, about the black dog, or whatever you want to call it. I really did always think that it was local BS, something that people said to spook kids, but I think I actually just saw it. I was driving home late, just a few miles back, when this thing appeared out of nowhere. It was just there, sitting right in the middle of the road. I had to slam on my brakes so hard I thought that I'd skid out. My headlights were full on hitting it, and guys, this is not a normal dog. It was huge. It looked like a wolf, but maybe bigger. It had matted, greasy fur. It almost looked like human fur. And it was just sitting there, staring straight through the windshield at me. It didn't move or blink. Certainly wasn't afraid of my car. I've heard people say that seeing this thing is an omen, or that it's some kind of guardian, but I've honestly never been more terrified. The air in the car felt like it had dropped 20 degrees. Couldn't even bring myself to honk. I just sort of sat there frozen for 10 minutes, though it was probably 10 seconds. Until, finally, it just stood up and melted into the darkness of the shoulder. I certainly didn't wait around or go looking for it. I floored it. I'm home now. All the doors are locked, but I can't really get that image out of my head. And I can't stress enough how much this wasn't a dog. So I'm curious if anyone else has seen this thing lately. I'm kind of spiraling right now, so let me know. When I was in 3rd grade, me and my best friend Ricky were out at recess. The perimeter of our playground was surrounded by a chain link fence. It was as tall as us, but in reality it only went up to the hips of the adults. On the other side of that was a marsh that swampy water pushed right up against the fence. The recess teachers shared a comically large pair of boots that they'd put on to retrieve the frisbees and sports balls that got thrown over. Anything smaller than a baseball or heavier than a tennis ball was considered lost because it was instantly swallowed by the muddy grassland. And the mosquitoes became unbearable the closer it got to summer. I knew my best friend since kindergarten. He was always chill, never got into fights with kids, and he listened in class. Impossible to distract. In retrospect, he most likely was a poster child for the positive effects of Adderall. Whatever it was, I'd never seen Ricky trip out, until the day that Ricky tripped out. He'd brought a toy from home, which was against the rules, but Ricky was too cool to care about the superficial ones. It was his toy, and he accepted the responsibility if anything happened to it. What he brought was a Japanese superhero. It looked like Ultraman, but an insect version of that guy. It had wings and a string that if you pulled it, it would spin the torso so the wings would catch air. It would hover like a helicopter. Ricky's very first demonstration of how it works, a swift rip of the cord leaves the string on Ricky's fingers and lifts the bug hero higher and higher into the sky. Then it began drifting further and further away from us. Anybody could predict exactly where it would go next. Well, anybody except 2 excited 3rd graders, mesmerized at the shiny colors on the propeller wings. Both of us watch as it gently glides over the chain link fence and into the tall grass. It didn't look like it went too far out there, a few meters from the playground. When it went over, I stayed where I was, and Ricky ran off toward the fence. We knew the teachers out there weren't going to help us. But I wouldn't have guessed that Ricky would have been ballsy enough to hop the fence. After making sure that none of the teachers were paying attention, he climbed over. I was looking around, and so impressed that he got away with it. The kids and the adults alike were none the wiser. Ricky's cool points skyrocketed from that maneuver, and I asked myself, is this what being gay is? It wasn't, but it was the most badass thing I'd ever seen a kid do, and because he was my best friend, it made me the second coolest kid around. My weird fanboy moment was short-lived, however, lasting a couple seconds at most. After Ricky went into the tall grass out of view, the whole playground was alerted by his wailing, top of his lungs shrieks. All of the kids run to the fence, myself included. The recess teachers were close behind asking what's going on back there. Cool kids don't snitch, so I didn't. The sounds that were coming from the tall grass sounded like animals fighting, and a second growling voice started to match the first shrieks. The adults even suggested that that's what it was when they started moving us off the fence. Just animals. I was the only one that knew one of the voices was actually Ricky's, until he made one gargling last shout that clearly said, "Help." Hearing that it was a child on the other side, one of the younger teachers runs and hurdles the fence toward the noise. Then she starts screaming for one of the other teachers to call an ambulance. When she emerges from the grass, her clothes are covered in the sticky muck, and Ricky's in her arms, his body's hanging limp. She hands him to the teacher that didn't run for the phones, and they start performing CPR on him. When the first teacher gets back over the fence, she tells all of the kids to go to their classrooms, and I'm forced to join the group of classmates as they herd us like cattle back into the building. Our class watched the ambulance and police cars pull into the school parking lot. Our classroom didn't face the playground, so I wasn't able to find out what was going on with Ricky until the weekend. My mom drove me over to drop off the worksheets from the remaining days he missed that week. He was in his room, and it was the first time I'd seen him since he was dead on the playground. Ricky always had relatively long surfer hair, but when I showed up, he'd shaved it all off. He also had stitches in a moon shape on the top of his head. When I asked what happened, he made me promise not to tell anyone, and I did. But when he told me, it really freaked me out, and I believed him because he was my best friend and wouldn't make something like this up. The future crescent scar on his head would also add to the validity of his story. So what Ricky told me was that after he got over the fence, he stepped into the tall grass, and his shoes quickly sank into the mud as he tried to keep them from falling off of his feet. I think Ricky might be the first kid to ever see what was on the other side of that fence. He says that on the other side of the grass is an open wetland with a highway barely visible in the distance. He could see his toy stuck in the mud, but it was still pretty far away from him. So he slowly starts drudging through the mud towards it. But from behind another tall patch of grass that was even closer to the stuck toy, Ricky sees an old lady step out of the clearing. I asked what she was doing out there, but he said he didn't know. He was happy to see her, though. He asked her to throw him the spinner while thanking her a bunch as she made her way over to the toy. When she picked it up out of the mud, she held it out to Ricky, and again, he asks her to throw it, but she doesn't. She keeps it held in front of her, just staring back at him. Ricky was too polite to ask again, and instead began struggling in the mud to get over to her. She was maybe 3 or 4 meters away. He described her as a small, elderly woman, a long blue dress that hung off her bony, hunched back, and she had her hair tucked under a bandana. Ricky says that he had to use his arms to pull his legs out each time that he stepped. But after his first couple of steps forward, the marsh got deeper, and Ricky's legs sunk to the middle of his shins, making any progress nearly impossible. As he's trying to jiggle his legs free, he looks up at the old woman and sees her running at him in a full sprint, like the mud was less of an obstacle than her age. Telling me this part, Ricky starts pumping his arms as he described how fast she was coming at him, saying that she closed those meters in less than a couple of seconds. Ricky only had time to scream before the old woman was attacking him with incredible strength, trying to drown him in the mud. She yanked him around with so much force that she was actually pulling out chunks of his hair and scalp. The last breath that he had was used to scream. Then he says the woman was able to fully submerge his head. I asked why he didn't want to tell anyone, and he says he already tried, and it was just easier to say that he fell and continued sinking like quicksand, and parts of his hair also got stuck and were torn out on their own in the 20 centimeters of mud. That bland excuse seemed highly unlikely, but the true story sounded even more unlikely in comparison. Ricky always kept his hair short after that, partially because parts of his hair never regrew in a few baseball-size areas, and he had a bald pride phase in high school, where he thought he was the lead singer of Disturbed. But that's about it, though. We're all adults now. It's been a few decades since the incident, but I like to remind him of the secret he confided in me all of those years ago, and every so often I'll send him a text that says, "Remember when that old lady beat your ass to death?" You know, to show solidarity that I always believed he was telling the truth. Friendship is nice. Pick up your phone and text your best friend something offensive to show them you love them. The end. I had been driving for hours. The heat had finally started to give way to the cold as the sun set. The road stretched endlessly ahead of me, a thin ribbon of asphalt cutting through a desolate expanse of nothing. No signs of life, just sand, rocks, the occasional distant mountain peak. My old but otherwise reliable car rattled along, sputtering more than usual. I should have gotten it checked before this trip, but I'd been in a hurry. A cross-country drive through the desert. It sounded like a great idea at the time. Escape from everything, a bit of solitude. Now I wasn't so sure. The gas gauge had been inching towards empty for the last hour. I kept telling myself I'd see a gas station soon, but it had been miles since the last one. Probably long closed by now. Suddenly, my car lurched, the engine coughing violently before dying completely. I managed to pull it off to the side of the road, the tires crunching against the sand. I sat in silence while I stopped, gripping the steering wheel, and the realization sinking in. I was stranded, alone, in the middle of nowhere. I popped the hood, hoping it was something simple. Maybe it had overheated. But as I stared blankly at the engine, I knew I was in over my head. Mechanics had never been my thing, and the rapidly dimming light really didn't help. I was basically alone in growing darkness. I had driven so far off the beaten path that there were no passing cars, no signs of civilization, and now here I was, right in the middle of nothing. I tried to think rationally, but no phone, no way to call for help. All I could do was wait, hoping that somebody would pass by eventually. But the more time that passed, the hope began to fade. The temperature had dropped sharply, the heat of the day replaced by a biting cold. I rummaged through the back seat for a jacket, pulling it tight around myself as I leaned against the car, listening. There was something unsettling about the silence of the desert at night. Too quiet, too still. Hours passed. Every now and then I thought I heard something, faint, distant sounds that carried on the wind. At first, I dismissed them as tricks of the mind, but they grew more distinct. A soft shuffling, like footsteps crunching through the sand. I tensed up, straining my ears, and there it was again, closer this time. I stood up, scanning the desert around me, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness, just the endless stretch of sand and shadows. Then Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A figure, far off, just at the edge of the road, walking slowly towards me. My heart began to race, and a chill crept up my spine. Who else would be out here, in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere? As the figure drew closer, I could make out more details. It was tall and thin, draped in tattered clothing that flapped in the wind. Now, standing outside the car, I called out, my voice shaky. "Hey, are you okay?" No response. The figure kept moving, slow but deliberate. Something was wrong. I backed up, trying to put my car between me and it. My pulse was in my ears. The figure was close now, close enough that I could see its face. But I couldn't really see a face. There was nothing. Just hollow, dark voids where the eyes should be, where the nose should be. The thing, whatever it was, it stopped at the front of my car, its empty gaze locked on me. I stumbled backwards, my legs barely working. It didn't follow. It just stood there, watching, waiting. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it turned and began to walk away, back into the dark. I watched, unable to move, until it was out of sight completely, swallowed by the night. I did not sleep. I stayed in my car, huddled in the back seat, clutching the seatbelt like it was some sort of lifeline. Every sound had me on edge. Every gust of wind sent my heart racing, but nothing else came. No cars, no figures, no help. By morning, I was exhausted but alive. The desert was as empty as it had been the day before. The events of the night seeming almost like a dream. Almost. The sun started to cast a harsh light. I took a deep breath and decided that I had no choice but to start walking. I grabbed a bottle of water from the back seat, put on my jacket, and set off down the road. I didn't know how far I'd get before I needed help, but staying in the car felt like waiting for death. I had only been walking for maybe an hour when I heard it, the distant hum of an engine. I turned, my heart leaping as I saw a vehicle approaching, a dusty pickup truck, old but sturdy. It came into view. I waved my arms frantically, desperate for them to see me. The truck slowed to a stop, and an older man, probably his late 60s, leaned out the window. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and had the kind of leathery skin you get from years in the sun. "You stranded?" he asked in a gravelly voice, his eyes scanning the empty road behind me. "Yeah," I said, my voice cracking with relief. "My car broke down back there. I've been stuck all night." He nodded like he'd seen it 1,000 times before. "Not much traffic out here this time of year. Hop in, I'll take you to the next town. We'll get you sorted out." I climbed in the passenger seat. His words were such relief. The warmth of the truck's interior was a welcome relief from the cold desert morning. I obviously didn't say anything to the old man about the figure I'd seen, but I don't think I was out there long enough to be hallucinating. Still, it didn't really feel real anymore. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there with me, though. Something that didn't belong to the world that I had known so far. The next town was only 30 miles away, though it felt like an eternity had passed since I'd seen civilization. The old man dropped me off at a garage where I arranged to have my car towed. The mechanic told me the engine was beyond saving, too old, too neglected. I didn't argue. I ended up taking a bus home, cutting my trip short. I never made that drive again, and I still wonder sometimes, what did I see that night? And has anyone else ever seen it too? My wife, girlfriend at the time, in the 90s, worked at a hospital that was built in the 1800s. It'd been converted into palliative care at some point. There were modern wings added and another section with low care units, a bit like single-level cabins in a garden setting. That area was for those who were still independent enough to take care of themselves but needed to be close to medical assistance. Some of the original old building remained in use, and it had numerous areas where cold drafts, stubborn doors, and other issues existed. The best one was a door that would lock and then completely unlock itself later, with nobody around to turn the lock. Anyway, my wife got a ride from a neighbor who also worked there, but on Fridays, that lady would finish up at lunch, and my wife would work a full day, so I would go and pick her up, about 40 minutes each way. Because traffic was unpredictable, I always gave myself an hour to get there. I would wait outside the brick cottage used as an office on an old church pew. Some of the older residents from the low care units would wander around the grounds. It was a beautiful rural setting, and they would say hello. After a few weeks, I came to know Ken. He was in his 80s and lived in low care. He had some ongoing issues and would spend days at a time in the hospital and then be back home for a few weeks. He worked out my routine, and each Friday, he'd be sitting on that church pew waiting for me. I enjoyed talking to him. He was full of life experience, and he'd seen and done so much in his younger years. He loved sharing those stories, and I loved listening to them. Ken had a 1980s Toyota Celica. He couldn't drive it anymore, but he didn't want to sell it. When his family came to see him, he'd make them drive him around in it. He would always ask me to take him out for a drive, but I barely knew the man, and I didn't want to drive an unfamiliar car. Besides, I only had 20 minutes or so before I'd be on my way. Ken was an avid golf player. He told me how his son came to visit him once a week, confirmed by my wife. He said they'd go out in the Celica. I assumed they were going to golf. Ken would recount how well he did, telling me about plowing the ball into the rough or scoring 3 birdies in a row. He also kept count of the balls that went into the water. Each week was a different story. Some weeks he would be 3 over once his handicap was taken up. Other times he played really well and was 1 under after handicap. I wasn't into golf myself, but my dad and brother played all the time, so I was familiar with it. His stories were always different and so well told. Once the week's golf game highlights were covered, he'd tell me about his time as a young man in the Air Force and World War II stories. He stayed in the Air Force for many years as a mechanic, becoming a team leader and training instructor for new mechanics. Eventually, he became a trade teacher at a technical college and did that for 10 or so years before retiring. He had stories about machining new parts out of whatever they could to make things work. Failures, funny workshop incidents, and then funny student stories from the college period. A whole lot of entertainment for me. I found myself leaving earlier and earlier on Fridays just so I could spend more time with him. Occasionally I'd turn up and he wouldn't be there, but then my wife would tell me that he's in the hospital for a stint. I actually found myself missing our little chats. About 9 months of this and things changed. This particular Friday seemed like we were back to normal. He wasn't in the hospital anymore, and back on the church pew. He recounted the week's golf game. I desperately had to visit the restroom, so I excused myself. When I came back, he was gone. I told my wife, and she said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Ken passed away earlier this week." But I was just there, talking to him, before I went to the toilet. He told me about the golf game. How could that be? Are you sure it's the same Ken? The following week, I noticed his car had moved from the usual spot under the carport to the visitor's parking area. In its place was a large 4-wheel drive with a big trailer on the back, partially loaded with furniture and boxes. It made me stop. It seemed like confirmation he was gone. but I was still hoping he was alive and well. After all, I'd been talking to him a week earlier. I walked down to the unit and found his son cleaning out the contents. I introduced myself. He knew about me. Ken told him about our Friday chats. He confirmed his dad had passed the prior Tuesday. I didn't want to upset him, so I kept quiet about how I'd spoken to him the week before, 3 days after he died. But I now had confirmation that it wasn't the human body of Ken sitting on that church pew talking to me. He went on to say that his dad loved an audience, and he hoped he didn't bore me. Quite the opposite, actually. We spoke for a bit about some of the funny stories he'd shared, that from the Air Force, war stories. I told him how impressed I was that Ken was still so sharp that he could recount each week's golf game. He looked puzzled. Golf game, he said? Yes, he would recount in great detail each week's game. He then told me that Ken hadn't played golf in at least 10 years. He used to play professionally with his wife, but that he gave it up a long time ago. I was stunned. His son then explained that he used to pick up Ken each Thursday, go to the cemetery to visit Ken's wife's grave, then onto the cafe for lunch before doing some grocery shopping, topping off the car with fuel, and returning home. A good 4 or 5 hours all up, about how long I would expect him to take for a round of golf. He never once mentioned any of those activities. It amazes me that he could recount so much detail. The golf stories, I guess they had to be past experiences, as the play-by-play detail that he gave, it just couldn't be made up. So anyway, that's my story about Ken. This happened back in December 2020. You remember that time? Everyone was masked, lines were long, and if you worked food delivery, you were running on pure stress and hand sanitizer. My job was shopping for online orders and then the delivery drop-off. I had a tight schedule, and this specific one was already running a little late. I was speed walking through the aisles, grabbing the last few items, frozen vegetables, a turkey, and I saw a woman. It was this old woman standing near the upright freezers. She was wearing a heavy brown wool coat, a thick hat, a faded plaid scarf wrapped tight. Even through her mask, I could see that she was shivering profoundly. It wasn't the usual gentle tremble of an older person. It was a full-body shake, like she was standing outside in a blizzard. The store was warm, maybe 70 degrees. My first thought was just concern. She shouldn't be that cold. I stopped, violating every time management rule I had. "Ma'am, are you all right?" I tried to project warmth through a mask. "You look awfully cold. Is there anything I can get you?" She turned towards me. She wasn't ghostly, just pale and tired. Her eyes, though, were intensely focused on me. They looked vaguely frightened. Her voice was raspy, but soft. "So cold," she whispered, her words slightly muffled by the mask. "I'm just so terribly cold." I instinctively started unwrapping my own scarf, a thick fleece one. "Please, take this for a minute. Just warm yourself up." She shook her head and very slowly took 2 shuffling steps back, repeated in the same desolate whisper, "So cold." Then she turned the corner at the end of the aisle, heading toward the paper goods. I paused just for a second, debating if I should call a manager, but the woman was slow, elderly and masked. It just seemed like a confused, cold shopper. I hurried after her, intending to make sure she was okay before getting back to the timer. When I rounded the corner 3 seconds later, she was gone. That aisle was empty. It was impossible. There were only 2 ways out. Both had other shoppers nearby, who definitely would have seen an old woman in a big coat disappear that fast. I shrugged it off. Just a nervous, confused old lady running from interaction during the pandemic. I had frozen peas to grab. I focused on the job, and the weirdness was forgotten in the stress of the clock. 40 minutes later, I was pulling up to the delivery address, an older two-story home, quiet street. The time was 4:15 p.m., and the sun was sinking fast. The air was so brittle. As I walked up to the porch, something immediately felt wrong. The heavy, insulated front door was standing slightly ajar, maybe an inch. With the air temperature well below freezing, that was a huge mistake. Through the crack, I could see just the edge of an armchair and a pair of resting feet on the ottoman. I was relieved that someone was home, but I followed protocol. I stood on the porch, called out clearly, "Hello, grocery delivery. I'm going to leave the bags right here for you." But as I said it, a wash of extreme cold hit me. It wasn't just the outside air blowing in. It was the temperature of the house itself. It was the same as outside, dense and suffocatingly chilly. I looked at the door frame, and I swear I saw a fine layer of frost glittering on the wooden edge of the inner door. I started to get spooked. A voice in my head was screaming to leave the groceries and run, but that wasn't the one I listened to. Barely above a whisper, carried on the draft of cold air, "Come in." It was the same tone, the same fragile voice from the grocery store. My logical brain, I guess, abandoned me. I felt this insane, horrible need to check on the person inside. That woman was in an impossibly cold house. I used 2 gloved fingers and pushed the door open. I could see the room. The house was darker than it should have been. The air was frigid. I could see the armchair fully now. Sitting there, bundled in a heavy brown wool coat, hat, and plaid scarf, was the old woman from the grocery store. She wasn't shivering. She was utterly still. Her head was tilted back slightly. Her mouth was slightly open. Her eyes were wide and fixed on the ceiling. Her lips were dark. Her glasses were fogged, not from humidity, but from frozen condensation. I took a step back, my vision blurring with shock. I looked closer. Her skin was waxy and unnatural. I'd never seen anything like it. Ice crystals caught in her hair near her temples. She was frozen solid. She was dead. I'd never seen someone dead before, but I was sure that if this was the woman from the store, it would have taken more than 40 minutes to do something like this. Her condition, she'd been here for hours, maybe days. The woman I saw in the store, it was her. I just can't explain that part. I dropped the bags and I remember fumbling for my phone, backing away, collapsing on her frozen porch as I called 911. Once the police showed up, I didn't have much more to do there. I decided not to take any more deliveries that night. Instead, I just said a quiet prayer for the woman, and I donated her groceries to the food bank. I just really hope me calling the police, someone finding her, warmed her up in some way. I stayed at my aunt's house for 6 weeks the winter after my divorce, mostly because she didn't ask questions and because the place sat far enough from town that no one accidentally stopped by. It was one of those coastal houses built before people cared about flood zones, perched on short stilts and angled toward an inlet that emptied out almost completely at low tide. When the water pulled back, it didn't just reveal sand, it exposed a wide basin of silt and rock that smelled like metal and rot. Eelgrass lay flattened in dark streaks, and shallow pools formed wherever the ground dipped, each one reflecting the sky. Locals called this spot the Axis. At low tide, you could walk nearly half a mile across the basin to a cluster of rocks on the far side. People did it all the time. Shellfish collectors, dog walkers, kids looking for crabs. The tide charts were taped to the fridge, written in my aunt's careful handwriting. And everyone I spoke to treated the flats like a harmless convenience, rather than what they were, a place temporarily abandoned by the sea. The first week I only watched. I'd sit on the back steps with a mug of coffee and watch the water drain away, the shoreline retreating inch by inch until the inlet looked a lot less like a body of water and more like a wound that hadn't closed yet. The process was slow. No waves or drama, just absence. I started walking the flats during the second week I was there. I told myself it was good for me. Fresh air, solitude, somewhere to put my thoughts where they wouldn't echo back quite so loudly. The ground surprised me. It was firmer than it looked. Packed sand and silt holding its shape under my boots. Each step made a quiet suction sound. Wet, but not unstable. I found myself watching my feet as I walked, following the repeating pattern of prints, letting the rhythm numb me. But then I noticed other tracks. They were wide, not impossibly so, but wider than any human boot I'd ever seen. Too deep for the weight they suggested, pressed cleanly into the mud without drag marks or signs of slipping. And they didn't wander or loop like someone exploring. They went straight out toward the center of the basin. I stopped and looked back toward the shore. My aunt's house was already smaller than I expected. The steps barely distinguishable from the rocks around it. The tide chart said that I had hours left. I followed the tracks. They led me to a shallow pool maybe 10 feet across. The water inside it darker than the surrounding flats, almost black. The surface was unnaturally smooth, reflecting the gray sky so clearly it felt solid. I stood at the edge of it for a long time. Something shifted beneath the surface. It wasn't fast or sudden, just enough to disturb the reflection, like a large body turning slowly in sleep. I didn't scream or jump back. What I felt first was recognition, not of what it was, but of the situation itself. The instinctive understanding that whatever was under the water knew exactly where I was standing. The shape rose closer to the surface without breaking it. A face formed just beneath the waterline, distorted but unmistakable. Forward-facing eyes, the suggestion of a nose, a mouth that wasn't moving, but skin that looked so thin, almost translucent, stretched across bone. Pale in a way that suggested that it rarely ever met the air. It didn't seem trapped. And that was the thought that cut through everything else. This wasn't a stranded animal waiting for rescue. The pool wasn't its limit. It was waiting for the water to come back. So I took a step backward. The surface of the pool bulged upward, tension building without breaking, like something pressing from below. I felt like I could see a hand-shaped shadow appear beneath the water, fingers spreading slowly, deliberately, touching the underside of the surface, as if testing it. I felt watched, in a way that had nothing to do with being hunted, just, I was sure. The hand withdrew. The water stilled. I continued to walk back toward the shore without turning around. Every step, I waited to hear the sound of something emerging from the water for good. So I moved carefully, as if any sudden motion might read as an invitation to do so. Behind me, the pool remained smooth and dark. I didn't tell my aunt what I'd seen. I didn't need to. She warned me that evening to keep an eye on the tide. Her voice was casual. Her eyes were lingering on the inlet longer than necessary. Just seems they've been coming in faster lately, she said. People get careless. Don't be one of them. A week later, a man from the next town over got stranded on the flats when the tide rushed back in ahead of schedule. They found his boots near the far rocks, toes pointed toward the shore. Nothing else. The news called it an accident. I'm not sure, but I never went back into the access. Even now, years later, I hear people talk about low tide walks like they're harmless, and maybe in some places they are. But I think about that pool, the way that it didn't chase me, but that there was something patient in that water, waiting. I wonder how many people mistake that patience for safety. I have an ex-boyfriend I still resent, even years after healing. Guilt always follows the resentment when I talk about it, because I know these feelings I have shouldn't fester within my soul like they do. His departure from planet Earth eliminated any accountability he could have taken for destroying both of our lives by his selfish choices. His name was Michael. I think he once tried visiting me after his death when I was behind bars. It was lights out, but I got woken up by a knock on the cell door. I didn't have a cellmate at the time, meaning the knock was intended for me. I woke up thinking that it was a CO, but when I looked to the rectangular window, I saw Michael's face staring in. At first I thought I was still dreaming, but when he sank below the view of the window, I stayed awake until doors popped open in the morning. Even scarier, I'm eating breakfast and I hear a girl at another table talking about me. I spin in my chair and confront her face to face, asking what she's talking about. The girl says, No, it's nothing bad. Well, I don't know. She looked scared, but not scared of me. Her eyes didn't glance at my balled-up fists. They scanned the floor as she told her story again, carefully and slowly choosing her words. She told me that she'd seen some scary dark thing looking into my cell the night before. Her cell's directly across from mine, and she watched a shadow grow from the darkness of the floor. It formed a mostly human shape right outside my cell. It sat there for a while looking in until it sunk back down into nothingness. Apologizing again, the girl says she didn't come to me because she didn't want to scare me. I understood her apprehension, and out of the same respect, I decided not to tell her my story. Because it did scare me, having another witness, but she didn't need to know it was real. She would have never believed I might have known the sulking shadow figure we'd seen. It's possible this was Michael's last attempt at reconciliation, but even that was handled in a selfish insistence reminiscent of his personality. Anyway, her name was Jenny, but we called her Zip, because she'd set her husband on fire with a Zippo lighter when she'd found out he'd been unfaithful. Zip was older, and though I didn't tell her that we'd shared the same ghost experience, she had plenty of her own, ones that she was excited to tell me about the moment I expressed any sort of curiosity. The other girls in there didn't like to hear about it. I thought about saving this story for another time, but it kind of fell into place here, so I'll add it before I get into why I was in prison listening to ghost stories and what happened to my boyfriend Michael that got me in there and him dead. Zip had a handful of good stories, and she put her life on all of them as true. So here's the one I remember the most. When she was a little girl, close to 7, she lived on a military base with her family. Zip said it was common knowledge that all of the houses were haunted by dead soldiers, some as far back as the Civil War. One day, she and her friend Grace had set up a tea party for all of her stuffed animals out in the backyard. Zip's mom had just walked back inside the house after introducing herself to the party of guests, taking a drink of invisible tea and faking a feud with one of the teddy bears. The girls laughed hysterically when Zip's mom smacked the bear into the grass. She'd look back at them and say, "You know this fucking bear? This piece of shit owes me $300. That's when Zip would jump out of her chair, telling her mom that the bear would be good for the money, and they'd all laugh. And I just watched her facial expressions telling me the story and wondered if she wondered how insane it was. And maybe that influence is partially to blame for the reason she's in prison. But that was no business of mine. So Zip's mom is inside, and it couldn't have been more than an hour that the girls had been out there when a big bee decided to land on Zip's wrist, just as she's pouring everyone another round of invisible tea. It stung her, and she watched the bee separate itself from the stinger, leaving some of its insides behind. Before she could scream, something unseen tightened around her throat, bringing a crushing force of sharp, burning pain as her skin began to swell, pulling upward from her neck to her cheeks. It was like she was trying to breathe from a straw. In the moment she started to panic, she lost consciousness. Waking up in the hospital with her mom and a doctor with a clipboard, talking beside the bed, that's when Zip found out that she was allergic to bees. She'd also apparently hit the back of her head when she'd passed out, because they gave her some stitches back there, and she didn't know about it until her hair got caught on them. When she got home from the hospital, she didn't start to feel better. Zip's body started getting achy, and she had a constant headache. Most of the next day, she was bedridden with a fever that wouldn't go away. At one point, Grace came over to check on her because she remembered her sitting in her bedroom reading her a book. And she remembered her mom picking up laundry off the floor at the same time. This was a hazy memory, and Zip was in and out of dreamland while the rest of the world kept spinning around her. That night, her mom tried feeding her dinner, but she still had no appetite. The next day was similar to the previous because her fever hadn't gone back down, and because of that, Zip was back in the doctor's office that morning, but they couldn't find anything to diagnose her with. They wrote a prescription for extra-strength Tylenol, but that was it. They picked it up from the pharmacy on the way home, and it was back to bed for Zip. But she wasn't as tired as she was when Grace came over again. They were able to sit and visit a bit. Zip told her that the doctors didn't know what was wrong with her, but they at least didn't think that she was contagious or anything that she'd tested for. Grace walked a few circles in her room like she was examining everything as a potential culprit. Then she sat down next to Zip at the end of the bed and commended her for the cleanliness of her room. I knew right away what this Grace was talking about, because Zip's cell was always tip-top, and she'd make sure whoever she roomed with knew how important it was to her. But Grace, at the time of seeing the condition of her room, she could confidently rule out this being a dust or mold issue that was keeping Zip sick. Her face scrunched with grimace as another possible cause popped in her head. This time she spoke with hesitance, as if the next thing she suggested was a sore subject of some kind. She tells Zip that her dad says that when the body weakens, it meant something unseen was using it as a feeding source, a bad ghost consuming energy. She asked Zip what her symptoms were again, because fevers and fatigue were signs of life being quietly removed. Grace asked if Zip thought her house was haunted. She said she didn't know, but to the day Zip told me this story in prison, she said it's the longest she'd ever been sick in her life. She was constantly tired, no matter how much sleep she got. Meanwhile, Grace took it upon herself to figure out if the house was haunted. She'd bring over her cat toys that lit up, other homemade ghost detector stuff, but nothing would set them off except for her and Zip's mom every once in a while, when she slipped on the cat toys that were laid out in the hallway. See, they only light up after being bumped, or in this case, stepped on, so it wasn't Zip's mom's fault for breaking the cat toys and abruptly ending their ghost hunt. Here's where the story gets extra confusing, though, and I made her retell it to me to make sure I got it all correct. A few days go by, and Grace comes over again, and with another idea. She tells Zip that their home's floor plans are identical, but backwards. Nothing confusing yet. Same house dimensions for each girl, but let's say Zip's kitchen is on the left of the house while Grace's kitchen is on the right. Okay, well, she goes on to tell Zip that there should be an extra walk-in closet in her room, like the one that she had in hers. Grace starts gently knocking on the wall where their hidden closet should have been. After the third or fourth tap of her knuckles, the sound changed from a high tap to more of a hollowed bump. Zip says that you could barely see the indents in the area Grace landed on by running her fingers up and down on the wall. She could feel the notched outline of a door through the wallpaper. The girls were too small to move the dresser covering most of the wall. In a sickened migraine-inducing haze, Zip started calling for her mom to help. And at first she told Zip that she wasn't tearing up the perfectly good wallpaper for an extra room that she'd have to clean, but Zip begged, saying that there might be black mold in there and that it was probably killing her that very moment. She relinquished and retrieved a razor to cut the wallpaper. Zip ran back to her bed, narrowly avoiding the dust cloud that was being pulled out when the door opened while her mom went inside. A few minutes pass by, and Zip calls out for her, just as she's returning with 2 large books. She says there's nothing in there except a few hangers, a chair, and these 2 photo albums. Then their phone rang. No matter what was going on or what she had in her hands, Zip's mom would drop everything to answer the phone, hoping to talk to her man overseas. Sometimes Zip would get to talk to her dad, but the calls were usually few and far between, so she didn't follow her mom out to the kitchen. Instead, she flipped through the dirty old photo albums dumped onto her bed. The pictures inside, peppered in with older photos, most of them were dated around the 70s. Zip could see her house in the background of a few pictures, most likely the previous or previous residents of their house. She made a point of saying that turning through someone else's photo album is almost as boring as flipping through your own. She said that most of the pages were from another military family with nondescript moments they wanted to capture for reasons only they knew. These photos were the newest and most engaging thing to look at in a long time since she'd been sick. Unintentional or not, she looked at every photo, up and down, making up stories of the reoccurring characters in the pictures. Near the back of the second photo album, though, she'd see a new face. One that required no name or backstory for Zip to create, because she knew their name the instant she recognized her. It was Grace in the faded picture. She was with her dad at what looked like a barbecue or a birthday in the front yard. Zip recoiled in shock and turned to question her friend, but realized Grace was no longer in the room, and she didn't remember her leaving when Zip's mom was cutting the door open. Zip says that it was heartbreaking because Grace never came back after she found the photos. Days would pass, and Zip finally shows signs of improvement in her health. Her fever, it was gone. But her mom catches her crying in her room one day and asks her what's wrong. It's about Grace. She tells her, "I miss my friend. Grace is gone." Her mom gets a big smile on her face and says, No, she's not. She's right here." Leaning over to the other side of the bed, Zip's mom pulls up a large purple stuffed rabbit and says, "Here's Grace," and tosses it on the pillow next to her. Either her mom was one cold-hearted bitch, or she thought that Zip had always been talking about her stuffed animals when Grace was mentioned, as though she couldn't see her. I remember asking, "Oh my God, how did you continue living there?" And Zip said that she had no choice. Grace would be the only ghost story she'd ever collect from that house anyway, but it would be enough to change her foundational thinking. She says she and her mom were only able to move when her dad came home and went crazy, whatever that means, but yeah, that's Zip. Later in life, she'd set her husband on fire and soccer kick him when he tried to stop, drop, and roll. Shout out to Zip at LCI. I'll never forget you, girl. Okay, to end my story, let's finally answer why I was in there and what happened to my love interest before his transformation into a shadow man. Michael. He had a toxic personality and emotionally manipulated me with his love. He was a klepto, and he would make me be his lookout when he'd go take things. It didn't matter where we were or how many times I'd beg him not to do it. Michael always left with something that he'd tucked into his jeans or coat pockets. He had money, too. That's what made the whole thing so much more gross. His dad was a lawyer. They had a big house, way bigger than mine. This guy truly didn't have a need for anything. All of his wants and wishes were granted by his dad's credit card. He'd steal for another sense of empowerment that I never understood. Michael also brought me into his dirty schemes any chance he could. It didn't matter if I refused to participate. He'd tell me to be his lookout, but he was so good at stealing most of the time, I wouldn't even know that he'd stolen until we'd be back in the car and he'd pull something out of his coat and proudly present it, waiting for my applause. But he knew what my reaction would be, and it never changed, even when he'd steal me an expensive handbag that I'd eventually reluctantly have to use because it matched an outfit I had for an event. Michael was a con artist, a piece of shit thief, but he did have good taste, and he wasn't selfish to wish for wealth, just his heart. And he'd always gawk at all the waitresses at restaurants like I couldn't see that shit. Deep down, I think all women may understand Zip's plight, and who knows if we ourselves wouldn't set our husbands on fire under similar mental duress. We're all one unfortunate circumstance away from doing it. What makes us snap, and when we do it, depends on the gal. But I think we're all capable of lighting up a matchstick and flicking it at some sorry bastard drenched in gasoline because he couldn't keep it in his pants. Well, Michael's story is nothing like that, so there's no reason to go anywhere further back than the actual day everything happened. He and I were finishing up eating lunch at a bistro in a little outdoor shopping complex, one that they have near the town we live in. He'd paid for the meal and said he was going to use the restroom before we left. I took my time gathering my things at the table, and I made my way to the front of the restaurant. I was waiting for him. But from inside the blue-tinted glass of this fancy place, I see Michael walking around outside. So I go out to meet him, and he's like, "Oh, great, I was just coming in to get you. The line for the men's room is just way too long, so I used the one out here." I knew the restaurant wasn't that packed, but I didn't cross-examine him. Rather, I didn't have the chance to think about that because the next thing he says is, "Walk normal to the car. I just stashed a few sunglasses in your purse." He pinched my ass and whispers, "I got you a pair too." I was so mad. I might have dumped the sunglasses on the ground if I hadn't more than a fraction of a second to think before I feel someone give me a bear hug from behind. That someone was a very upset security guard, and he wasn't alone. As the first guy squeezes air out of my lungs, the blur of another blue security shirt rushes past me towards Michael, but he's already running, and the guy can't catch him. I watched Michael jump off the curb in a full sprint towards his car, but he'd get crushed by a big maintenance truck. The worker driving was responding to an electrical hazard somewhere on the other side of the mall. His disregard for the parking lot speed limit didn't allow Michael a chance to react. His only option was to go under the tires, directly resulting in his death. They tried to get me with the Florida's felony murder rule, that if you or someone you're with commits a felony and someone dies in the middle of it, the living accomplice is now charged with murder, and that's exactly what they initially charged me with. Michael's dad got one of his friends to defend my case, and he argued that I was in no way the cause or influence of the series of events that unfolded that day. Michael's death was unforeseeable and therefore unpreventable by me. He did a good job, and the prosecutors offered a plea deal to avoid risking a trial. I wanted to fight it, but the lawyer suggested I take it, resulting in a sentence of 10 to 20 years that was reduced to 3 to 7, mainly because I had no prior record, and the emphasis my lawyer made on Michael's emotional manipulation. He was dead and couldn't therefore face jail time, so we tried to throw him as far under the bus as we could, hoping the judge would let me go altogether. But I knew I'd be getting at least a little time when she started out by telling me a young girl should know the company she keeps is a reflection on her character. She looked down and said, "How long were you dating Michael, darling?" 3 years, Your Honor." "Then 3 years is what you're gonna get. That's fair, right?" The judge laughed, the bailiff chuckled, and the stenographer click-clackety-click typed their churlish response into the official record-keeping books. And off I went to gather my ghost stories. I spent some time in my early 20s working at a dive bar. When I say dive, I don't mean the kind that advertises itself as such while still charging $12 for a cocktail with lavender syrup. I mean the real thing. Floors sticky no matter how many times you mop them, beer signs buzzing in every corner, and the bathrooms that you'd only use if you'd already had 3 shots and a prayer. The bar had been around forever, before my time, before my boss's time even, probably before some of the regulars were even born. I mean, you could tell these walls had soaked up 50 years of spilled beer, cigarette smoke, bad decisions, and stories better left untold. And in the middle of all that, we had Jimmy. Jimmy was a regular back in the day, long before I started, but he also worked there. The old-timers all had stories about him, how he'd walk in at 4 p.m. sharp, claim the third stool from the left, order a cheap lager and a whiskey back, and hold court until closing on his days off. He wasn't loud about it, just steady, reliable, the kind of guy who gave a bar like ours its backbone. The thing about Jimmy, though, was his TV. See, in the back room, the cluttered little break space where we kept extra cases of beer, boxes of chips, and random junk too dusty to throw away, there was this old 13-inch TV perched on a shelf. It barely worked by the time I got there. The screen was scratched, the antenna was bent, the dials really stiff. But back when Jimmy was alive, that TV was his ritual. Every night he'd shuffle back there on break or when the bar got too loud, crack another beer and tune into whatever game or late-night rerun he could find. Baseball, boxing, old sitcoms didn't really matter. If it was noise, he was happy. When Jimmy died, heart attack, sometime in the early 2000s, the bar lost one of its fixtures. But if you asked anyone who worked there, Jimmy never really left. The first time I heard about him, it was on my very first night behind the bar. One of the regulars leaned over and asked, "You met Jimmy yet?" I thought he meant another bartender. No, I said. You will, he told me. And then he grinned, like it was the punchline to a joke. I didn't get it until closing. We cut the lights, locked the door. I was restocking napkins when a faint glow spilled through the cracked door of the back room. I thought maybe someone had left a flashlight on, but when I opened the door, there was the old TV, lit up, flickering. The antenna angled toward nothing, static hissing loud enough to fill the room. I just stared at it. Nobody had touched that TV all night. It wasn't plugged in, but maybe it used batteries. I'd learn later it didn't. Then the static shifted, rolling like a wave, and through the snow came a voice. Just 2 words clear as day. Hey, friend. The cook, who'd been counting tips nearby, poked his head in. He didn't look surprised at all. Jimmy's just saying goodnight, he muttered. Went back to his work. The TV had become Jimmy's calling card. Sometimes it was at midnight. Sometimes after last call. Sometimes in the middle of the afternoon lull when only 1 or 2 customers were hanging around. You'd be wiping down the counter and suddenly notice the faint glow bleeding from the back room. Open the door, and there it was. The TV scanning channels on its own. Voices stuttering in and out, like it was trying to piece something together. Every now and then, especially if you really listened, it did. Little fragments, half sentences caught between static. Hey, friend. Be safe. Pour one for me. Always short, always simple, but it was enough to stop you in your tracks. The regulars shrugged it off like it was nothing. That's Jimmy, they'd say. Always watching the game, always making sure you're not alone. Even though everyone seemed to feel nothing but comfort, I tried to debunk it, of course. Checked the cord, unplugged, tested the outlet, dead. I even tried plugging the thing in once just to see. Nothing. It wouldn't power on at all. But somehow, when it wanted to, that little screen came alive. It wasn't just me who saw it. Customers had their moments. One night, a guy waiting for the bathroom opened the wrong door, found the TV blazing in the dark. He swore the voices strung together, whole sentence. Don't drive tonight. He laughed it off until his ride showed up. Friend of his, 3 sheets to the wind. He ended up calling a cab instead. Later he told me that message probably saved his life. Another time a group of college kids dared each other to peek into the back room. The TV flared up right on cue, showing what looked like an old fight. 2 boxers trading blows in grainy black and white. One of the kids swore the fighter looked exactly like Jimmy. It wasn't, of course, but these are the kinds of things that would happen. My favorite was the night that I stayed late, alone, after everyone else had gone home. I was finishing inventory, dragging myself through the motions when I heard something soft, faint, steady. A baseball announcer's voice. I opened the back door, and there it was, the TV tuned into a game that had aired decades ago. Grainy players in old uniforms. The crowd roaring like ghosts and static. I stood there watching until the picture cut out. Just before it went dark, the channel shifted and a voice came through. It was familiar and warm, like someone I knew, leaning in close at the bar. See you tomorrow. I don't really scare easily, but I'll admit, I had goosebumps with that one. Here's the thing, Jimmy wasn't frightening. He didn't throw bottles or slam doors or make things harder on us. He didn't mean harm. He just wanted the bar alive the way that it was when he was there. Loud, messy, full of voices and games, the hum of that old TV in the back room. Maybe that's why he stuck around. Dive bars are temples of routine. Same faces, same drinks, same rituals. For Jimmy, leaving would have meant breaking the cycle, and he wasn't ready to do that. I'm pretty sure, like so many others in the area, the bar eventually shut down. The building's still there, boarded up, waiting for someone to take a chance on it again, but they probably won't. I like to think if they ever plug anything in that back room, again, like a TV, a radio, Jimmy would be right there, tuning in, making sure nobody closes the place in silence. If you ever find yourself in some forgotten dive and the glow of an old TV flickers in the dark, I recommend don't be afraid. Pull up a stool, pour a beer, and listen. Because chances are there's a Jimmy still saying goodnight just about everywhere. I've been driving a plow truck for my city for over 28 years. If you've ever been awake at 3 a.m. in a blizzard, you know the sound. The massive roar of the diesel, the lights reflecting off the endless wall of white, the constant grinding scrape of the blade on asphalt. Probably one of the loneliest jobs out there. You learn to rely on what you can see in those 30 feet of illuminated road in front of you. This happened maybe 2 winters ago. It still messes with my head every time the snow starts falling heavy. My main route is a section of rural highway that runs through thick woods. Once you leave the city limits, it's 40 miles of total isolation. It was about 3:30 a.m. The snow was coming down hard, a real heavy, wet, visibility-killing snow. I hadn't seen another car in over an hour. I was focused entirely on my blade and my wing, trying to keep the road clear. Then I saw movement ahead, on the passenger side shoulder. A hitchhiker. He was tall, wearing a thick, dark hooded coat. It seemed to absorb all of the light from my rig. He was just standing there, with his thumb out, hunched against the snow. He was miles from any town or place that a car could have broken down. I'm trained not to stop the rig unless absolutely necessary. It's a huge liability, especially out there. But it was well below zero, and the guy was practically buried in the growing snowdrift. Had I not been looking or his coat not been so dark, I might have plowed right into him. You see a human being in that kind of cold, and protocol sort of melts away. I slowed the big truck down, hitting the air brakes gently, debating the best way to pull over and offer him a ride without putting anyone in danger. As the gap closed, the figure raised a hand, a slow, deliberate wave, a desperate plea for help, maybe. I leaned forward in the seat, trying to see his face under the heavy hood. I couldn't. It was just deep, an absolute shadow, like a hole in the light. Then, just as the huge engine block was passing him, my training, my deep internal knowledge of the road kicked in, and I saw 2 things that made my blood turn to ice. First, I realized exactly where he was standing. He wasn't on the asphalt shoulder. He was standing on a snowdrift that was easily 3 feet high, a perfectly smooth, hard-packed bank of snow that was higher than the curb. My plow blade hadn't even touched it, and it was obvious that no vehicle had stopped there. No person should have been able to walk up there without leaving a distinct trail in the heavy, fresh snow. Secondly, though, he was wearing that heavy, dark coat, but his lower half seemed indistinct. He wasn't wearing boots. His legs just seemed to fade into the dark mass of the coat right above the snow line. I was staring right at him through the passenger side window. He was still holding his hand up, waving. And then, as the truck passed him completely, the figure vanished. It wasn't a quick step away or a sudden drop to the ground. It was like he was pulled up on a wire. The outline of the figure, the tall, dark shape, simply pulled itself together, rising maybe a foot above the snowdrift, then just evaporated into the blowing snow. I, against all training, slammed on the brakes, the air hiss echoing in the cab, the plow scraping to a stop. I didn't know what I expected to see. Maybe the guy running. But I saw nothing. I'd already bothered coming to a complete stop, so I threw on the hazards, and I parked, looking frantically into the massive passenger side rearview mirror. The reverse lights on the rig flooded the entire area behind the cab with blinding red and white light. The area where it had stood was pristine. The snowdrift was smooth, undisturbed, and beautiful. There was no indentation, no foot track, no hint that anything heavier than a snowflake had rested on that spot. I sat there, I remember breathing hard, trying to rationalize it. Trick of the light, snow blindness, fatigue. I didn't believe any of it. As I registered the empty, impossible scene in the mirror, the visual proof that he had never been solid, there was this violent, sudden blast of concentrated Arctic air that slammed into the driver's side, into my warm cab. It was so intense that it made my teeth hurt, and it put a sudden brief film of internal condensation right on my window. Then, just as quickly, it was gone. I sat there for 5 minutes, hazards on, engine idling, staring at that untouched snow. I drove the rest of the route, but the silence inside the truck was getting suffocating. I realized that whatever that thing was, it was so cold or so desperate that its presence, it was the coldest thing on the highway. I've never told anyone this, but I'm curious if anyone else who's worked night shifts or worked deep, cold, isolated places, have you experienced a visual anomaly that leaves behind that impossible evidence of not being there at all? I can't really explain it either. Posting this because I want to write it all out. But honestly, I'd like an explanation that doesn't lead back to wildlife. I know the woods and I know the cold, but this was something different. My girlfriend Sara and I decided that we needed a reset. Early January, we rented the Hemlock Cabin. It's near a closed-up ski resort in Vermont. It's 8 miles down a snowmobile trail from the main road. Rustic, quiet, expensive. Perfect for us. We're both good with the cold. We grew up in Minnesota and we know how to handle the machine and the temperatures. We planned for 5 days. We lasted less than 48 hours. We got there on Saturday afternoon. The cabin was exactly as advertised. Big fireplace, thick logs, completely silent. We spent the evening drinking wine, unplugging, and watching the snow. Around midnight, we headed upstairs to the loft bedroom. We felt a little exposed, being the only lights for miles, but that was part of the appeal. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. I know the time because I checked my phone. I was suddenly awake. It was the kind of wake-up where you know you heard something important. You just can't recall. The wind was a constant white noise, but underneath it, I heard a scrape. Not a branch falling, this was a heavy drag, like something big or rough being pulled across the wooden side of the cabin. It was slow. It started near the chimney and dragged right along the wall, directly under our window, and then it stopped. I told myself it was a snow-loaded pine branch finally letting go. It happens. I got up, checked the deadbolt, still locked, peered through the edge of the blackout curtain. Nothing but darkness and falling snow. I went back to sleep, but the easy feeling was gone. Sunday was supposed to be spent snowshoeing. When we went out to the little wooden porch, Sara saw it first. "Al, why are there footsteps here?" I had been meticulous the day before. I'd kicked the new snow completely clear of the deck and the 3 wooden steps leading down to where the snowmobile was parked. Now there were 3 massive, deep impressions in the snow on the deck. They were long, wide, and they didn't look like boots. They just looked like large, oddly shaped divots in the snow. I traced them. They led from the side of the cabin, where I'd heard the scrape, and across the porch. They definitely weren't mine or Sarah's. The disturbing part, they didn't lead off the deck. The track stopped at the edge of the railing, right near the corner of the cabin, and then the snow below was perfectly smooth and untouched. I tried every rational angle. Maybe a moose. A moose doesn't climb the stairs and then vanish without a trace. A bear woken up early, same issue. Where did it go? I told Sarah it had to be a lone animal. Big paws, circled the house, the wind blew the final tracks away. She looked at me. Al, the snow under the deck is untouched. It feels like someone covered their tracks. We spent Sunday feeling like we were on display. Every time a shadow moved, we jumped. Around 9 p.m., we were watching a movie, volume cranked, trying to drown out the paranoia, but we heard something anyway. It started faint, deep in the woods behind the cabin, but it grew louder, clearer. It was a thumping, slow thump. It sounded heavy, dull, and entirely deliberate. It was moving, gradually encircling the cabin, keeping a good distance, but the sound was too rhythmic to be a tree or a rock. Something was walking. It sounded enormous, walking on the heavy ground. Sarah was silent, staring at the front door. My heart was slamming in my chest, but I didn't admit it. After about a minute of this horror, I felt like I had to break the spell. I grabbed my heavy-duty LED flashlight, and Sarah said, "Don't, Al, don't." But I unlocked the door anyway. I was shining the beam right out into the blackness. The thumping, of course, stopped. The sound was cut off mid-rhythm, like something flicking a switch. Now, ringing silence, save for the wind. I stood there for maybe 15 seconds, beam sweeping the snow, and I saw nothing. I was about to close the door when I looked down at the porch railing. Lined up perfectly on the thick, flat top of the rail were 3 little snowballs. Not chunks of ice, not wind deposits. They were small, packed, perfect spheres of snow, placed there. They weren't there when I opened the door, so I don't know how they got there. For some reason, that was enough for me. I stopped being rational. Whatever it was, it had been close enough to leave a calling card of some kind, and also smart enough to shut up the second that it was challenged. I don't think it was just watching, it felt like it was interacting with us. I slammed the door and didn't bother locking it yet. "We're done," I told Sarah. We grabbed everything. The next 15 minutes were a blur. We threw everything essential into our backpacks. The feeling of being watched was so heavy, it felt like a physical pressure on me. I asked Sarah, "Do you feel that?" She was petrified, but she did. As soon as we were ready, I jumped on the snowmobile with Sarah behind me, and we tore out of there. I didn't look back, but Sarah did. She said for a split second, framed in the large living room window, she saw what looked like a vertical blur of white. Too tall to be a person, too solid to be snow. Before the trees blocked it completely, she'd seen something in that cabin. We drove 8 miles in silence, shaking, got to the main road, checked into the first fluorescent-lit, carpeted, generic motel we could find. We left the cabin keys in the snowmobile ignition at the resort parking lot and drove home. I forfeited the deposit and the rest of the stay. I suppose they didn't believe me when I told them something was stalking that cabin. Otherwise, they might have thought to comp the trip. But it was supposed to be relaxing, romantic. Instead, we walked away with actual nightmares. We still love the snow, handle well in it, but might be a while before we take another remote vacation like that. There's a wooden cross on the bend of a 2-lane highway just before taking the exit to my small town. I've lived here for years. Family lived out here, and after I graduated, I came to work for my uncle's roofing company. I casually gazed at this cross while passing by upwards between 3 or 4 times a day. It's a good reminder to slow down driving through these hills. The longer you live here, the easier twists and turns become. I'd like to hope I'm not the only one that pumps their brakes a little more when driving these roads. Sadly, this wooden cross isn't alone. Every few miles you'll see another one. A lot on such a small stretch of highway. But I'd find out. The crosses aren't at all an accurate depiction of the deaths that have happened. And while many of these are from driving under the influence, other accidents have had us scratching our heads when reading about them on our police department's Twitter account. Since I moved out here, I never liked driving on our highway at night. To easily sum it up, it's a twisty, thin road with a lane for east and a lane for west, divided by a thin yellow line. On each of the other sides are steep, mountainous drops. The only lights helping you see are the ones attached to your car. It's easy to see how most of the accidents occur. But then a notification will light up my phone telling me that they found a truck, unoccupied, with its hazards blinking. They identified the vehicle's owner from the wallet left in the glove box. They put on an extensive search in the area, but from what I know, the guy never came back to his car, and he was never found. I myself have seen balls of light racing in and out of the trees. Around here, no one's gonna think you're telling a lie if you mention Bigfoot. I've seen 2 of those big fuckers duking it out with each other right in the middle of the road. At least that's what it looked like. Either that or a big furry rock slide, and oddly enough, I haven't seen a furry rock. Mossy rocks I've seen, but rocks screaming and swinging on each other like massive gorillas with long legs rolling down an embankment and off another. If I was any closer, they probably would have taken me off the edge with them. We think they live in the abandoned mining caves located around town. Guns don't work on them. My buddy tried blasting one in his backyard, but that just pissed it off. He ended up getting all of his windows smashed in by a showering of big rocks being thrown periodically through the night until sunrise. Most of the time, they just stay out of our way. It's rare to actually see one up close, but I wasn't trying to make this about Bigfoot. I apologize, because honestly, I don't think they're the ones to blame for the accidents. Driving down this highway, I've also seen spirits manifest in the road. If I didn't have my wits about me, I would have naturally cranked the wheel until my car went off a cliff from a 90-degree turning angle. The city repairs the thin metal barrier, but the rubber tire marks remain on the pavement for years. There's something deeply creepy about seeing these faded trails that lead straight off the edge of the road. From the stories I've heard from others that have seen them, they think the spirits are intentionally trying to scare the drivers off the cliff because they're lonely. With so many deaths, I don't know how they could be so lonely, though. There should be enough souls out there to throw a mini festival. Decades and decades of them. The county couldn't financially undertake the job that it would take to make this road safer, at least not anytime soon. All we could do is buckle up and drive cautiously. The wildlife around here stay mostly in the forested area. I've only had to slow down for a half full of deer crossing the road. But some people, they'll go as far as to tell you that the deer can't be trusted. This last one I actually heard a couple weeks ago down at the bar. A lady from one of our neighboring towns had walked into the bar, telling everyone that on her drive in, she saw a deer on the side of the road. It was standing up on two legs. Its face looked decayed, more skeleton than skin. It had huge black eyes, and it stared at her when she sped by. When she looked in her rearview mirror, it was chasing her. She floored it the rest of the way to the bar. The old pervs were the first to offer words of advice and trade horror stories in line with hers. One going as far as to blame these accidents on the deer. And at this point, I'd be a fool to rule anything out that seems too strange to be true. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I primarily use these boards under a different account with vastly different types of posts. This one, though, I thought it touched on a personal level, so I gotta remain anonymous. But right now, I'm desperate for any input from fellow educators or child therapy specialists on how to go about handling a child's unique problem. The start of the year is in full force. I have a class of 15 truly wonderful children. Let's call one of them DJ. DJ is 5. His birth parents are out of the picture. Mom's addicted and dad's deceased. Thankfully, his grandparents have stepped in to take care of him. There's no worry about abuse or fetal alcohol syndrome or other traumas. He's still too young to really understand the family situation. He calls them Oma and Opa. At the beginning of the year, the grandmother, Oma, approached me and dropped a pretty heavy bomb. Opa had lung cancer. It progressed fast, and literally the second week of September, he passed. DJ was out for a few days after that, but returned to class the following Thursday. He was somber, but his friends were able to cheer him up towards the end of the day, and I was so grateful to give Grandma a smiling kid to buckle up that afternoon. The next week was as normal as could be given the circumstances, but the next Friday, September 20th, I think, I asked the kids what their weekend plans would be. 14 children tell me they're either going to the park or soccer or the movies, and then it's DJ's turn to tell me. Me and Oma are going monster hunting. I asked what that means. Teachers, get your thinking caps on because you're going to be tested at the end of this. How should I respond? With the confidence of this information being common knowledge, DJ explains, there's been something whistling and knocking on his window at night, but every time he opens the curtains, there's no one outside. I tell him, the wind likes to whistle a tune every now and then. He says, no, it sounds like Opa. Then he tells me that he gets scared when it wakes him up. He doesn't like when Opa knocks on the window. I asked if he's told Oma. Yes, he replies. She's heard it too. And that's why they're going monster hunting that weekend. All I can say is, wow, you'll have to tell me what you caught on Monday. Like, how do you respond to that? In an attempt to get a non-child perspective on the situation, I pull Oma aside at the end of the day and ask her about the monster hunting excursion she and DJ will be going on this weekend. Oma tells me, yeah, she thinks Opa's death opened up a portal in their house, and it got haunted. Apparently he died at home, and she's been seeing shadow people ever since. She says, did DJ tell you about the whistling? I've heard it with my own ears. Their monster hunt was going to be a walk around the backyard with flashlights and crosses, something to put DJ's mind at ease. Today's Tuesday, October 1st, and he still periodically talks about being woken up by things going bump in the night. In his own way, he explained to me the shadow figures that hide in the top corner of his room. It sounds like their paranormal problems stayed the same or have gotten worse. I've reached out to the counselors, but Where would any diagnostic procedure realistically fit? Is it a mental health disorder if the grandmother's seeing and hearing the exact same things? What therapist would fit here? This blurs the lines of my mandated reporter duty as well. But don't worry. I called CPS just to ask because I'm constantly paranoid. I waited 20 minutes to make a report, but even they didn't know what to do. They made a note on the file, but that's it. So, the question's in your hands. I'd be so grateful to hear your input. Enlighten me with your knowledge because I'm stumped like the giving tree. Thanks. They tell you to leave the job at the station. Don't bring it home. Don't let it fester. I used to think that I was good at that, compartmentalizing, shutting the door on the flames once the hoses were rolled up and the sirens were silent. But lately, the door feels like it's been left ajar. Several months ago, I started having dreams, always the same. Me running through a maze of fire, heat pressing in from all sides, and this screaming. It's not the panicked cry of someone who knows help is on the way. It's hopeless, like she knows no one's coming. I always wake up drenched in sweat, gasping for air. I never told anyone about the dreams. What's the point? Everyone at the station has their own ghosts. That night, we got the call just past 11 p.m. The old Hargrave Theater was on fire. It had been empty for years, falling apart brick by brick, but someone must have broken in and started the fire. Arson wasn't uncommon in places like that. Kids, homeless people, and some thrill seeker lighting up history just for fun. We rolled up to the wall of flames. The fire was eating its way through the structure like it had a grudge. My lieutenant was barking orders and we got to work. I'd done this 1,000 times before, but something about that night felt off. The fire didn't behave the way fires usually do. It flared up in strange places, burned hotter in some sections than others, like it had a mind of its own. I chalked it up to the building's age. Decaying wood and debris can do that, but it gnawed at me. I was part of the search and rescue team, sweeping the inside for anyone who might have been trapped. The theater was a labyrinth of narrow corridors, rotting seats, and crumbling walls. I was moving fast, clearing each section with precision, but as I pushed deeper, something pulled at my memory. It was the layout. I'd never been in that building before, but I knew where to go. I turned down a hallway without thinking, opened a door that led to a narrow staircase that I couldn't possibly have known existed. In the basement, the smoke was thick, choking, and my flashlight caught flashes of what was left. Rusted metal chairs, splintered wooden beams, and a pile of rubble in the corner. And that's when I saw it. A metal box, half buried under charred debris. I don't know why I grabbed it. Something about it felt important. I shoved it into my turncoat and I kept moving. Then I heard it. The scream. It was faint, muffled, but unmistakable. A woman's voice full of terror, coming from somewhere within the basement. I froze. I'd heard the screams before, but this one cut through me like a knife. I shouted, "Fire department, call out!" But there was no answer. I should have stayed and searched. God knows I wanted to, but the ceiling groaned above me. My radio crackled with an order to pull out. The fire was spreading too fast. I ran, the scream echoing in my ears as the floor gave way behind me. We lost one of ours that night, Scott. He'd been on the roof when it collapsed. A good man, gone in an instant. We all took it hard, but I just still couldn't shake the scream. Back at the station, I pulled out the metal box. Inside was a charred journal, its edges brittle and blackened, the handwriting faded but legible enough. It belonged to William Hargrave, the theater's original owner. The entries started innocently, grand plans for the theater, dreams of stardom. But as I read on, the tone darkened. He wrote about an actress, young and ambitious, who threatened to expose him for something he'd done. He didn't name her, but it was clear she had leverage. The final entries were frantic, almost incoherent. He talked about fire as if it were alive, a punishment he couldn't escape. Then the entries stopped. I couldn't stop thinking about her, the actress, the one who disappeared. I started digging into the theater's history, asking questions that seemed to make people uncomfortable. The fire in 1947 that killed several performers was ruled an accident, but there were whispers. Witnesses said that they heard screams in the basement that night, but no bodies were found down there. One night, I visited the ruins. The building was standing just barely. I found the basement again. The air was heavy and stifling, even though the fire was long gone. You know the smell. I stared at the rubble in the corner, and I felt it. Pressure in my chest like someone was screaming without making a sound. I reported everything I found to the authorities. I told them to check the basement for remains, for evidence of what really happened. They said they'd look into it. They didn't. A week later, the theater was torn down. The dreams, they haven't exactly stopped. In fact, sometimes they're worse. The screams are louder, and I can't help but wonder if I left her behind, whoever she was. Maybe she was just a figment of my imagination or a trick of the smoke and my own exhaustion. Maybe she was real, and I'll just never know her name. They tell you to leave the job at the station, but some fires follow you home. I was 22 when I took the internship with the San Juan Mining Consortium. It was the summer of '94, and my world was measured in write in the rain notebooks and the smell of damp sulfur. I was tasked with surveying the Silver Queen, a horizontal drift mine outside of Silverton. I found Neil during my second week. Or rather, he found me. I was deep in the number 4 tunnel, my carbide lamp casting a shaky yellowish circle on the wall, when I heard a cough. It was a dry, raspy sound, the sound of someone who had swallowed too much dust. "Who's that?" I called out. My voice felt small in the dark. "Just Neil," a voice replied. It was gentle, echoing from somewhere further down the drift. "Don't mind me, I'm just waiting for the shift change." I assumed he was an old-timer, one of the ghost miners who hung around the bars in town and occasionally snuck into the shafts for nostalgia or high grading. We talked for close to an hour. He told me about the way the silver used to weep from the walls in the winter of '28. He was fascinating, and honestly, the Silver Queen was a lonely place. I didn't mind passing time, learning a bit from this old-timer. It got strange when I couldn't seem to stay away, though. Logically, I should have reported him. He obviously didn't work for the same company. But every morning when I woke up in my trailer, I felt this strange physical tug in the center of my chest. It was like a hook was buried in my ribs, pulling me toward the mine. I tell myself I was going back to finish the survey, but deep down, I knew I was just going back for Neil. I felt a weirdly intense responsibility for him, a compulsion that made my hands shake until I was back inside the cool, dark throat of the mountain. "You're back," Neil said on the 5th day. I still hadn't physically seen him. He always seemed to be just around the next bend, checking something out, behind a timber support. "I knew you would be. You've got the spirit for this place. "I brought you some sandwiches, Neil," I said, setting them on a flat rock, "and some clean water." "You're a saint, kid. I've been down here a minute. Say, why don't you come back into the glory hole? I found a pocket of horn silver that the company missed. It's just sitting right there, shining like a fallen star. I want you to have a piece of it." I hesitated. The glory hole was an unmapped section, prone to sloughing, where the ceiling just decides to become the floor. But that tug in my chest became more like a violent yank. My legs moved of their own accord. I was walking deeper, my lamp flickering, my breath coming in short, jagged hitches. "I'm just bringing him a sandwich. I brought the sandwiches, after all." "Just a little further," Neil's voice said. He sounded closer, almost right in my ear. "Do you see it? The shine?" I rounded the final pillar with my lamp, and it died, just out. The darkness was absolute. The sudden darkness was like weight on my eyeballs. "Neil," I whispered. "I'm right here," the voice said. But unlike every time before, the voice didn't come from outside of me, it came from inside of me. From my own throat, I felt my vocal cords vibrate. My tongue hit my teeth. His raspy tone. I fumbled for my backup mag light and I clicked it on. The beam hit the ceiling and there was no old man. There was no silver. Clinging to the jagged overhead rock was something that looked like the human nervous system, stripped bare, stretched over a frame of pale, translucent bone. It was long, maybe 8 feet. There was no face, just a series of what seemed like vibrating membranes where a chest should be. This thing, it was listening. As the light hit it, it let out a sound. It wasn't like it was roaring. It was the sound of my own mother's voice from a week prior. She was distraught over a pet. This thing made that sound perfectly. I had no idea what was actually happening. I just knew that I wasn't safe inside this mine anymore. So I tried to slowly make my way back. That hook in my chest, somehow it had turned to cold terror. I realized that Neil hadn't been talking to me for a week. Whatever this thing was had been doing something for a week, and it was coaxing me deeper, learning the pitch of my voice. Something strange was happening, and I needed to get away. I scrambled back through the tunnel. The maglite beam was dancing wildly, and behind me I could hear it. Not feet, something more like a centipede. Its many pointed limbs clicking against the stone, and as it followed me, it did make noises. My noises, mimicking my voice, shouting my own childhood fears, my own private thoughts. I hit the surface air just as sun was dipping. I didn't stop until I reached the town limits. That's the other thing. I never felt like I was down there as long as time would tell me I was. Something was strange, but I got away. I never went back to that specific office. I even left my gear and my notebooks. I took a bus out of Silverton, I'm pretty sure that night. I guess what I've never really been able to understand is Neil, he was real for a while. And then he was something else. And I guess I just don't know what either of them were. But a terrifying memory, really. I haven't had a nightmare in over a decade. Most people would call that a blessing, but for me, it feels more like a radio that was abruptly unplugged while a song was still playing. When I was 13, I didn't have a normal girlhood. While my friends were obsessing over boy bands and lip gloss, I was terrified of the sunset. Because for a window of about 18 months, my brain became a terminal for people that I'd never met. I'm 29 now. I've spent most of my adult life studying the biological resonance of the human body. I've learned that children are often more porous. Their nervous systems haven't yet learned how to filter out the background noise of the universe. For most, that means imaginary friends. For me, it meant dying 6 times a month. The first time happened when I was just 12. It's the reason that I can't look at old-fashioned radiators without my chest tightening. I was fast asleep when I was suddenly shoved into a dream that felt more real than my waking life. The air was frigid, smelling of damp wool and copper. I felt a sharp, crushing weight on my chest. I couldn't expand my lungs. I felt the heat leaving my body, replaced by a heavy, leaden sleepiness. I felt my eyes fixate on a cracked ceiling tile with a water stain that looked like a bird. I woke up on my bedroom floor, gasping for air, my ribs actually aching as if I'd been crushed by a physical weight. I was 12. I didn't know how to tell my mom that I had just died in an attic. 2 hours later, we heard sirens. A house 3 blocks over. An elderly man had been fixing a leak in his crawl space, and a beam had given way. He was found dead at 6 a.m. I had died with him at 4:15. For that year, I was a ghost passenger. I never saw their faces. I only saw what they saw, felt what they felt. The medical community would call it clairsentient or synesthesia, but as an adult researcher, I call it somatic entanglement. It's the idea that when the cord of life snaps, it releases a burst of energy. Most people's bodies ignore it, like a radio ignoring a station it isn't tuned into or close enough to. But for some reason that year, my body was the only tower in the area. I felt a teenager's adrenaline as his car hydroplaned on the highway. I felt the sudden, terrifying silence of a woman's heart failing in her sleep. I didn't just see it. I was like a biological mirror. If they felt a chill, I shivered. If they felt a sting, I bled. Not real blood, but the feeling of it, deep in my blood. It's just growing pains, the doctors told my mother. An overactive imagination. I can't believe people just believe that. But my imagination kept a perfect tally of the local obituaries. The most quote-unquote heartwarming part of this, if you want to call it that, was the realization that I was never scared for myself. I was scared for them. There was a strange, silent intimacy in it. I was the only person in the world who knew exactly what their last second felt like. I was their secret witness. Then, on my 15th birthday, it just stopped. I woke up that morning feeling a lightness that I hadn't known in over a year. The buzzing in my blood was gone. The pull in my chest had vanished. I waited for the dreams to return, but the nights remained stubbornly, blissfully dark. It's been over 14 years. I've often wondered if my body simply grew a thicker skin, or maybe that station I was tuned into just moved to a different frequency. So I don't know if I was haunted by the dead. I think I was a strange part of them. Science says that we're all connected by a field of energy, the Higgs field, the quantum vacuum. Call it what you want. I believe that for 18 months, the universe forgot to close the door between me and the rest of that field. I'm an adult now, I have a career, a mortgage, a life built on logic, obviously. But I still keep a notebook by my bed, just in case. Because even though the radio's been silent for 14 years, I can remember the music. I know that out there, someone is always leaving the room. And even if I don't feel them anymore, I hope there's some 14-year-old girl out there, wide awake in the dark, holding the door open so they don't have to walk through it alone. Back in the mid-70s, my grandfather ran a portrait studio out of a basement of this large, old, but well-kept house. The most memorable place was the Red Room. It was damp, narrow, smelled perpetually of vinegar and old pennies. It was the scent of the stop bath and fixer chemicals that he would use to develop film. When my parents had to work late, I'd go down there to the Red Room, perched on a tall wooden stool, watching him work. He had this massive accordion-style bellows camera on a heavy wooden tripod. It looked like something out of the Civil War. One afternoon, he told me that it was a spirit camera. He said it belonged to a medium in the 1920s who used it to capture images of the dead. I sat there bug-eyed, looking at the cracked leather of the bellows like it was about to bite me. Then, just like he always did, Grandpa let out a wheezy laugh and swatted the air. He told me it was all a crock. He explained how the old-timers would just use double exposure or glass plates with faint images already on them to trick people. Grief makes people see what they want to see, he'd say. Now stop gawking and go stir the developer tray. That July, a massive thunderstorm knocked out the power in town, and I ended up having to stay the night. We were in the middle of a big order, so Grandpa decided that we'd work by candlelight. Eventually, he got tired and went upstairs to bed, leaving me in the basement with a flashlight to finish washing a few prints. The basement was dead silent, except for the rain thudding against the foundation. Click. That was the distinct sound, the mechanical snap of a manual shutter. I froze. I turned my flashlight toward the storage corner. The spirit camera was sitting there, its lens pointed at the back wall. I told myself that that's not what I heard. But then I heard a soft sliding sound, like wood dragging over concrete. I crept over to the corner. The camera hadn't just moved. It pivoted 45 degrees. The lens was now pointed directly at the dark room where I'd been standing. My heart started doing this weird solo against my chest. I pushed the tripod back into the corner, and I tightened the brass wing nuts until my fingers hurt. I ran back into the dark room. I was standing over the chemical tray, trying to breathe, when I heard the shutter again. Click. Then came footsteps. But they were light, way too light to be Grandpa's heavy boots. They sounded like bare feet slapping against damp concrete, circling the dark room walls. I grabbed my flashlight, but before I could turn it on, something cold and thin brushed against the back of my ankle. I remember I didn't scream. I just went numb. I stood there, staring at the blank sheet of photo paper floating in the developer tray. Even without the red light, I could see something beginning to darken on the page. An image was forming. It wasn't the portrait of the local mayor that we'd been working on, though. It was a shot of the dark room, taken from the perspective of the storage corner. And there I was in the photo from the back, standing at the tray. But in the image, there was a pale, blurred shape leaning over my shoulder. It was inches away from my neck. I didn't wait for the photo to finish developing. I just scrambled upstairs so fast that I nearly tripped over my own feet. I spent the rest of the night huddled in a kitchen chair, staring at the basement door. I actually grabbed a steak knife like it was going to save me from a ghost. When Grandpa came down the next morning, he was livid. He found the developer tray knocked over, the spirit camera sitting in the middle of the floor, and the expensive photo paper ruined. He swore that I'd been playing photographer, told my parents that I was too irresponsible to stay in the studio anymore. I didn't care. I let him think I was a brat. I never told him about the heavy brass wing nuts on that tripod, the ones that I'd tightened until my skin broke. How we found them lying on the floor, completely unscrewed. Yeah, he wasn't going to believe me, but I believed me. I've seen plenty of unexplained photos since then. Most of those things are just light leaks or dust on the lens. But whatever that camera took, the spirit camera, that wasn't dust. I've been the school nurse in my district for a year now, which is long enough to know 3 things. Kids will fake a fever if it gets them out of math. Nobody actually eats the cafeteria meatloaf. They just shuffle it around on the tray. And my office at one school is haunted. Now, don't give me that look. I know how it sounds. I didn't believe it at first either. I thought it was just old pipes, maybe going stir-crazy from all the fluorescent lighting. But no, I've got stories, and they're mine. It started with whispers, I think. Little voices just at the edge of hearing, like a secret being shared in the next room. The first time I spun around so fast I nearly tripped over my rolling chair, certain that some kid had snuck in for a Band-Aid or a chance to dodge gym class. But the office was empty. No kids, no teachers. Not even Mr. Whitman, who seemed to wander in daily for ice packs and attention. But I'd heard the whispers. So, how do you explain it? Well, then came the laughter, all around the same time. But this wasn't the happy playground kind. It was different. Quick, breathless giggles, like someone was hiding behind the exam curtain and thought they were being clever. I pulled that curtain back with all of the authority I could muster, half expecting to actually see a 3rd grader doubled over. But there was nothing but a cot, neat as a pin. I told myself, fine, you're just tired. Nurses don't exactly get 8 hours in a spa day. But I think what sealed the deal for me was the door incident. I like to keep the door cracked just a little, enough that I can see the hall, but still have a sense of privacy. One afternoon, I was heading back into my office to do some paperwork. I noticed in the narrow silver line of light spilling in through the gap, and the line, clear as day, was a child's face. I saw an eye, the curve of a cheek, pressed right up against the crack, watching me as though they were behind the door. I fully expected that when I entered the office, I'd see the child. But you guessed it. There was no one there. Empty as a tomb, which is not the phrase you want to use about your workplace, let me tell you. But it was empty. And that was the moment that I just stopped pretending, because you can excuse whispers, especially in a school. That goes for giggles, too. But you can't excuse a whole face pressed into the crack of a door and finding nobody on the other side. I'm just not that crazy. Now, here's the other thing. I'm not really afraid anymore. It's not scary, I guess. A year of this, and I've decided that whoever or whatever it is, it's just a kid. That's how it behaves. Mischievous, curious, not malicious. A peek, a laughter, a whisper. Nothing worse than the living ones, honestly. These days, when I hear a soft giggle, I just sigh and go back to charting. So yes, I think that office is haunted, but I've made peace with it. The students come here to rest when they're sick or scared. Maybe this one did too, once upon a time. Maybe they just never left. I enjoy a beer at a bar by myself from time to time, either just to be alone or maybe chat with a bartender if they're feeling social. Occasionally, I'll get some unwanted attention, but usually a casual mention of my boyfriend gets folks to buzz off without issue. One time, I was at this little dive bar by my house. A guy sat next to me and started chatting with me. Friendly stuff, nothing too forward. Didn't even catch his name. Then he goes, "You live at..." Named my address. "Yes? Unit number 1, on the corner." I lived in an apartment complex. My unit was indeed number 1, on the corner. I'd never seen this man before. I got a sinking, "this isn't good" feeling. "No," I replied. "I'm sorry. You must have mistaken me for someone else." His demeanor changed immediately. He twisted towards me with this really annoyed look. He responded, "No, I see you. I always see you. You live there." His tone was this mix of frustrated and offended. He was just glaring at me, waiting for me to respond. I bumbled out, "Nope, I don't live there," one more time. I paid my bill and I bounced. I was too nervous to go home, so I went to a friend's who gave me some pepper spray, just in case. Thankfully, I never saw him again. I moved out of that apartment soon after, which I was already considering, but this gave me the push. My guess or hope was that he lived nearby and just lacked social skills. But the way he said, "I always see you," still gives me chills. I work at a preschool that's in a very old Catholic school building. We're not a Catholic school or affiliated with the church at all. We just rent the building from the church. But we are on the church grounds and right next door to a cemetery. It's still a functioning cemetery, but it dates back to the early 1800s. So anyway, in the 1950s, the school building was the Catholic school. It's a fairly small building with a large gymnasium. It has a stage for performances and other things. And during the 50s, an 8-year-old girl suffered a brain aneurysm in the parking lot and died on the spot. She's buried in the cemetery next door. She's one of the ghosts that's there, and we call her Mary. Now, every person that I know that's ever worked here has had some sort of experience with at least one of the spirits, but it's mainly Mary. A few years back, when we did bus service for the kids, we had a lady bus driver. Once she would get to the school and the kids would go to class, she'd go into the break room, read the newspaper, and have breakfast. One day, she came out of the break room and something caught her eye, so she turned to look. And sitting on a low shelf in the hallway was a girl with a long, light-colored dress on and long hair, and she suddenly vanished. This particular woman was so moved by seeing a spirit that she instantly called her mother to tell her that she saw her guardian angel that day. I've personally had toys move around the room during nap time. I've heard kids running around and laughing on the stage when the gym is dark and the stage curtains are drawn. One time when I was the opener and was there at 6:30 a.m. with 3 kids for the day, I had the kids with me in the office to make coloring page copies. I heard footsteps with keys jingling coming down the hallway. I poked my head out to see if someone was coming into the building, but no one was there. I could clearly hear the steps and the jingling get closer, then go past the doorway of the office, and then they would just stop in front of the janitor closet. About 6 months before this happened, the janitor of the school who had worked there for over 15 years had passed away. I like to think it was them, just there to do their job like they always did. I've counted extra feet in bathroom stalls when counting the kids. Other ladies have seen a girl spinning in circles, singing in a room that no one was in, and the lights were off. One time, another lady was opening for the day, and she'd just gotten to the school. It was winter, so it was still pretty dark at 6:15. She got into the building, and she started opening the classroom up when she heard a loud noise coming from the office, like someone knocked something over. So she went into the class, locked the door, called the director, who told her to get out of the building and call the police. So that's what she did. The police came, go into the office, do a full sweep of the school, and they confirm there's no one in the building. But they ask her to come into the office. When she gets to the office, there's paperwork, books, folders, everything, all over the place. She said it looked like someone had gone in there and just threw everything from the desk all over. No one could understand what had happened. Another time, we had a tornado actually touch down on the roof of the school, tearing that section of the roof clean off. No one was hurt. Everyone in the school was able to get to safety before it touched. For a solid week prior to this happening, the director kept seeing the old father of the church, who'd passed away years ago, all over the school. Once the tornado hit, she said she believed that he was coming there to warn everyone of the upcoming events and trying to protect his school. At my school, we've watched kids play and speak to someone or something that isn't there. One time, a girl around 4 years old played and pretended to feed someone who wasn't there, holding a full conversation by herself, and during it, she kept looking up at the ceiling and then back down in front of her. It went on for a good 30 minutes. When we asked her who she was playing with, she just said totally normal and pointed, "My friend." Most recently in my room, I have a special needs kid who's mostly nonverbal. He does speak, but not too much unless he really wants to. The other day, we had the door to the classroom open, and he kept walking in front of it and stopping to look out at something. So I asked him, "Hey buddy, what are you looking at out there?" He turns to me and says, clear as day, "There's a ghost right there, and it's scary." I asked him, "Where did you see the ghost?" He says, "Out there, on the ceiling." Everyone who works there knows of the spirits who stay there, and they've all said that it's never been scary. A little spooky sometimes, but never scary. You just learn to work with them and around them if need be. And if I ever open or close the building, I'm always sure to say hello to them when I walk in and goodbye when I leave. A long time ago, I worked the late shift at a warehouse connected to a shopping mall. Think Sears. Only 2 of us worked there at a time, so if one of us called in sick, the guy who was there alone would be screwed until the early crew showed up later that morning. We had others get hired, but they always quit. Here would be a typical night. You're in a well-lit building, so that wasn't really the problem. It was the things that you would see. You would be doing a task, for example, sweeping, inventory, and suddenly it would get cold. I mean, to the bone cold. Then you would look around and you'd catch a glimpse of someone moving fast, but there was never anybody there once you got a good look in that direction. It almost resembled someone moving through thick fog, but just for a split second. Also, on the outer edges of the buildings were corridors to offices and the mall itself. The offices and hallway had sensors. You would see sections of the building suddenly light up, and the sound of slamming doors. Sometimes, when I'd get a chill, it would be followed by a group of women chattering. Chattering that would soon be cut off suddenly, making it that much more obvious how much it was there to begin with. Again, there's never more than 2 people working, and sometimes we're alone. In the beginning, I would frequently check things out, coming up empty-handed almost every time. I say almost because it's a warehouse, and a pigeon or 2 had been the cause of certain sounds, just not the super haunted ones. We had a radio to blast just to drown out the random noise. That thing would just shut off for no reason, and it would stay off for hours. So many people would get hired and quit the job suddenly. They would rarely say why, but we knew. Some guy said that he was freaked out because he saw feet walking where they shouldn't be, and that was it. One time, though, this woman started working there. I asked her what she thought of the spirits, and she tells me, funny that you ask, because the building had a strange presence in her opinion. She said every evening before walking in, she would meditate and create a bubble around herself for protection. Me and my coworker look at each other and kinda scoff. Though we'd experienced some stuff, I guess we were still just assholes with shit to learn. She was nice, though, so I asked her to walk towards the part of the building that always felt the most off to her, gave her the creepiest vibes. Her turn to scoff. She basically said that she would do one better. Then she started meditating, just sitting in the middle of the ground in total silence. We stood there sort of unsure what to do. She stayed sitting for a while, but quickly hopped up and told us to follow her. We stood near the back door, closest to the parking lot, an area where I frequently saw shadows or glimpses of something moving quickly. She says that the parking lot is a staging area. Still, I never quite figured out if that was an official term or what it meant, but it stuck with me. She said that there were a lot of spirits there. They were looking for the light to move on to the next, but some didn't want to go. She adds that while meditating before work, she'd sometimes point to where the light was, and some spirits followed. She said if we were really bothered by the activity, we could ask the spirits to leave, saying it would just take some extra time and effort. So we basically just let her do that while we stood around. That girl ended up quitting because she got a better job, but for a few months we never heard or saw anything at night. For a while there, I just didn't even worry about it, went about my business. Then, a few months later, I was closing up, locking the doors just opposite of the one facing the parking lot, when I caught a glimpse of someone moving to the left. Then, I saw one of the very back sensor lights turn on. Sure enough, the sounds and sights returned, and I went back to the same routine. It was crazy stuff. Left the job probably a year and a half into it. This was over 10 years ago. But it still manages to be one of the more interesting, if not kind of scary, experiences I've had while on the job. When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place, and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta, but there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else. Something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic set in quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn, the sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. It was actually my wife that noticed something was off almost as soon as we moved in. It wasn't immediate for me, maybe because it started in a small way, not threatening, just small things, sounds that didn't have an obvious source, footsteps when no one else was home, the subtle click of doors opening and closing somewhere down the hall, even though we were both sitting still. At first I did what most people seem to do, blamed it on the house settling, old pipes, neighbors, our own exhaustion from unpacking and adjusting to a new place. But there were moments that didn't quite fit into any of those explanations. I just wasn't sure what to do with that. We would hear the front door deadbolt slide into place. That sound is unmistakable. Metal turning, weight behind it. It's not something you confuse for a creak or a draft. And yet, we'd hear it while both of us were already inside, nowhere near the door. And then things started to disappear. Not valuables exactly, just everyday items. A set of keys, a remote, a wallet, things that you could just misplace, though I was sure I didn't. Something would go missing, and then reappear days later in a place that we'd already checked, over and over. The one that finally pushed me from mildly unsettled into genuinely frustrated was the mail key. It wasn't the kind you casually lose track of. We kept it on a hook by the door because we needed it regularly, and it was the only one. One day it was just gone. We tore the house apart looking for it. Checked jackets, drawers, bags, the car, everywhere. I think we even blamed each other at one point. Days passed, then a week. By that point, my irritation outweighed whatever unease I'd been feeling. Was I really going to spend $250 at a locksmith to fix this problem? It had to be there. I was tired of feeling like our own house was playing games with us, and this just seemed like another one of those things. So one night, half jokingly, half dead serious, I said it out loud. "I don't know who you are," I said this standing in the living room, "but if you don't give me the mail key back, I'm bringing in a Catholic priest. He's going to bless this place or exorcise this place, whatever it takes." The words had barely left my mouth. We heard something hit the floor, the unmistakable drop of something metal, and we both froze. Right outside the door, on the hardwood floor, the mail key fell from somewhere and clattered onto the hardwood. There's no shelf out there, no hooks. There's no place that it could have just been resting. It didn't bounce like something knocked loose. It just appeared and fell. Neither of us said anything for a long moment, and then my wife broke the silence with a quiet, "Okay." Things didn't stop after that, but they changed. The next incident seemed even more unfathomable. Our bedroom pillows went missing, both of them, not shoved somewhere odd, just fully gone. We stripped the bed, checked closets, the guest room, laundry baskets, washer, dryer, nothing. About a week later, I was hanging clean clothes in the bedroom closet while my wife was in the living room. I stepped out empty-handed, and she immediately asked, "Where did you find the pillows?" I told her I hadn't. We both looked at the bed, and the pillows were there. Not laid flat the way that we always put them. They were just standing upright, propped vertically against the headboard, as if someone had placed them deliberately, carefully, to make sure we noticed. They hadn't been there when I walked into the closet. I would have seen them. There's no way I missed it. We also heard other things. Voices, muffled, indistinct, never clear enough to understand. Clapping once or twice, coming from an empty room. Lights connected to motion sensors turning on when nothing was there and no one was near it. Our dogs were the worst part. They would suddenly lose it, barking, growling, hackles raised, focused on empty corners of rooms or doorways, not playful barking, alarmed and defensive. After a while, I realized something important. This all felt rather territorial. So one night, I spoke again, this time calmly. "I understand you've been here longer than we have," I said. "But we work hard to pay for this place. We take care of it. If you want to stay here with us, you need to stop moving things and disturbing us. Otherwise, we'll save up and have the place blessed." I wasn't angry or trying to be threatening. I was setting boundaries. After that, things began to settle. Not completely silent, but quieter. No more missing items or dramatic gestures. The dogs relaxed. The lights behaved. The house felt shared instead of contested. And that was nice. I don't know what to make of any of it, though. Meaning, I don't know who or what was there before us or why they chose to interact the way they did, but I know that once we acknowledged each other, things found a balance. Whatever it was didn't feel evil, and I think that's important. It just felt present, and maybe like us, it just wanted to be respected. I didn't move into the house because I liked it. I moved in because it was December, I was newly divorced, and it was one of the few places I could afford on short notice. It was an older house on the edge of town, built sometime in the 1940s. It was the radiator-style vents, thick walls, windows that whistled when the wind picked up. Snow was already piled along the driveway when I signed the lease, and the landlord joked that it held heat better than most. I slept downstairs. The upstairs room, technically a bedroom, was unfinished and cold. No proper insulation, just a space heater that I didn't trust and a single bare bulb. I used it for storage and avoided it whenever possible. Winter quiet has a certain weight to it. No bugs, no birds, just wind, ice popping, and the house settling. So when I heard footsteps upstairs late one night, I barely reacted. Old houses creak, especially when the temperature drops. But this was pacing. After listening, I realized it wasn't random. Back and forth, heel to toe, slow and steady, like someone walking to keep warm. It happened almost every night, usually after midnight when the radiators knocked and the snow outside reflected just enough light to keep the house from feeling fully dark. I'd lie there listening, staring at the faint glow of Christmas lights that I'd strung in the living room because the place felt too empty without them. I checked the upstairs room during the day. No animals or loose boards, no reason for movement. The cold was intense up there, cold enough that my breath fogged, but the footsteps never sounded hesitant or stiff. Whoever or whatever it was didn't seem bothered by the temperatures at all. Then the dresser moved. It was an old wooden thing I hadn't unpacked yet, shoved against the wall. One morning, after a night of particularly loud pacing, I noticed it had shifted several inches. I told myself the floor must be uneven. Wood contracts in the cold. Things happen. I pushed it back. The next morning, it had moved again. I started locking the upstairs door at night. Not out of fear exactly, but more the sound felt invasive. I wanted to shut it out. But even with the door locked, the pacing continued. Same rhythm, same length, as if the door wasn't there. I would guess it was maybe a week later, during a snowstorm that shut down half the town. I heard breathing. It came from the top of the stairs. Slow, careful breathing, like someone trying not to fog the air too much. I remember thinking how strange it was that I could hear it over the wind rattling the windows. Eventually, the breathing stopped, and the pacing upstairs resumed. Sometimes, it would freak me out enough that I'd have to sleep with the lights on. Other nights, I'd fall asleep before it started and luckily not wake up. The dreams, though. If I did fall asleep before, I'd have those. In them, I was always upstairs, standing in the unheated room, watching a man pace back and forth. He was dressed in heavy clothing, kept his hands clasped behind his back, shoulders hunched like he was cold or maybe just old. I never saw his face. These felt like so much more than dreams. When I'd wake up, my legs would ache, like I'd been standing on frozen concrete for hours. One night I woke up to the sound of the upstairs door unlocking. I hadn't unlocked it. Snow was falling heavily outside, muting everything. I stayed in bed until morning, listening to footsteps move freely overhead. I caught the landlord off guard one day when I finally asked if someone had ever died in the house. He hesitated. Then he told me an older man had lived there years ago. Insomniac, anxiety, a real hermit. He'd pace his house all night because lying down made things worse. He hated winter, the landlord added. Said the quiet made it unbearable. I moved out before the snow melted. I'd had that feeling, like someone had died there. On my last night, I turned off the Christmas lights. I slept in total darkness. I didn't hear pacing. I heard footsteps stop at the top of the stairs. And they just stayed there. Back in the early 90s, entertainment wasn't at our fingertips. It was at the mercy of the video rental store. If Blockbuster didn't have what you were looking for, you were stuck renting something called Death Worms 2 and pretending it was just as good. My friends and I were frequent customers, which is how I ended up with the cursed tape. It started like this. I was 17, my parents had gone out of town for the weekend, and my best friend Kyle showed up with a greasy pizza and a VHS that he swore was the scariest movie of all time. The tape didn't even have a label, just a strip of masking tape that said "Play Me," written in Sharpie. Obviously, this was the exact kind of decision-making that has killed thousands of teens in horror movies, but hey, the 90s were a lawless time. We popped it into the VCR, and there was nothing at first, just static. Then a flicker of a man's face. Not an actor, not some campy monster, just a guy. Pale as a corpse, staring dead into the camera. Kyle started laughing like he'd pulled off the prank of the century, but when I asked him where he actually got it, he got cagey. It was just sitting on the counter, Video World, he said. They didn't even charge me for it. The man on the screen blinked. Then, in the cheeriest voice possible, he said, "Don't look behind you." Now, Kyle's the kind of guy who will throw popcorn at you during a movie just to watch you flinch. But we were both frozen. Because right after he said it, the lamp in the corner shut off by itself. I told Kyle it was faulty wiring, because apparently I like lying to myself in moments of crisis. We shut it off and switched to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Problem solved, or so we thought. That night I woke up at 2:13 a.m., sharp, to the sound of the VCR clicking. The thing had turned itself back on and was playing the tape again. The man's face filled the TV. He was closer this time. His eyes really wide, like he hadn't blinked for an hour. He whispered, "You left me alone." I yanked the plug out of the wall. It didn't matter. The screen played on anyways, buzzing faintly. Kyle, half asleep on the couch, mumbled, "Dude, just let it finish." Which, let me tell you, is not a normal response when you're watching a VHS possessed by Satan himself. The man on the screen said, "If you leave again, I'll come find you." That was enough. I grabbed the tape, ran outside in my boxers, and launched it into the trash like I was Michael Jordan. We went back inside, plugged the VCR back in, and everything seemed normal. But then there was static on the TV again, without the tape. And this time, instead of a man, it was Kyle's face. Same pale skin, same unblinking eyes, and his voice. "Don't look behind you." Kyle screamed at the exact same time as the TV Kyle. I didn't wait for Act 3 of this little performance. I unplugged the whole damn VCR, grabbed my keys, and made Kyle get in the car. We drove around until dawn, parked outside a 24-hour gas station like two exhausted fugitives. The next day, I tried to take the VCR to Goodwill. The old lady at the counter took one look at it, frowned, and said, "Not again." I didn't ask questions, just left it and bolted. Needless to say, I stream everything these days. Safer that way. I don't usually post, but this happened last night and I can't get it out of my head. I was home alone, my girlfriend's out of town for work, my roommate's visiting family. Just me, the dog, in a quiet street where you usually only see neighbors that you know. It was around 9 p.m., already dark. I had the TV low in the living room when the dog hopped off the couch and stood like a statue at the front door. No barking, just locked in that stiff, alert stance. And that's when I heard, "Hey, you home?" It was my best friend's voice, no question. I've known him since middle school, and I could pick his voice out anywhere. At first I thought maybe he'd flown in as a surprise. Weird, but not impossible. I started to open the door and then hesitated and peeked through the blinds. There was nobody there. Driveway was empty, yard empty. My porch light was on. I should have seen someone walking away. The dog's tail was tucked now, ears pinned back. Then it came again, softer and stretched out. "Hey, you home?" This time it was coming from the driveway. I felt a cold crawl up my back. I shut off the porch light to get a better look into the dark, but there was nothing moving. My dog let out a low growl. She only uses this when she means it. Here's the problem. I text my friend that morning. He's across the country. No car here, no way that he'd be in my driveway. I text him anyway. "Yo, you messing with me?" His reply came quick. "What? What's up, dude?" Before I could even respond to him, "Hey, you home?" Closer now, right outside the steps. I was panicking internally, deciding what my next move would be, when my dog suddenly tore toward the back door, barking like crazy. I peeked through the kitchen window. No one. I called the cops. They showed up about 10 minutes later. By then, there was just silence and no voice. They walked the yard, checked the street. Nothing. Not even footprints in the gravel. Tire marks, nothing. One officer suggested I was imagining it, being alone all day. But I know what I heard. It wasn't kind of like my friend's voice. It was him. Perfect. Yet, no one was there. And that's the part that keeps me awake. If something out there can sound exactly like someone you trust, what happens when you open the door? I've always loved the quiet of the off-season. Most people visit Vale in the dead of winter or during the spring slush. But the shoulder season, right after the first serious snow hits, but before the resorts officially open, that's when you can breathe. And that's when my friend Ethan and I, the mountain's two most reluctant maintenance techs, earned our hazard pay. We were bunkered down in the main lodge at the top of the glacier's edge lift, the highest point on the mountain. Outside, a blizzard had blown up the valley floor and swallowed the peaks whole. Visibility was maybe 10 feet. If something went wrong up here, you were waiting for morning. No one was coming for you. Ethan had already cracked a beer and was engrossed in a terrible movie on his laptop. I was supposed to be doing a final check on the primary lift terminals, but honestly, the wind was rattling the windows so hard, I just wanted to verify everything was secure and call it a night. I stepped onto the observation deck overlooking the loading area. The wind was roaring like a freight train, and snow was flying horizontally. I flipped on the powerful spotlight that illuminated the first 100 yards of the lift. And that's when I saw a figure sitting on chair 14. I remember rubbing the sleep out of my eyes and asking Ethan if they sent up a test dummy. "What?" Ethan grunted but didn't look up. "No, everything got hauled down last week. Why?" "There's something on chair 14, I said, pointing. Ethan finally hauled himself over. He squinted into the light, which struggled against the sheer volume of the storm. "Huh, you're right. Looks like a person." The figure was slumped forward, motionless, its back to us. It wore bulky old-school gear, a faded blue jacket and a thick knit hat, the type that you saw in pictures from the 70s. The whole thing was dusted white, crusted over like an ice sculpture. If it's a person, they're not okay. It must be snow. A drift formed. The wind packed it into the chair. Yeah, packed snow, Ethan agreed. But why just chair 14? Why does it have legs? It was a good point. I tried to rationalize it. The wind was swirling strangely. Maybe some debris had landed just right, or maybe it was the storm causing us to see things that weren't there. All right. I better just check. I went inside to grab my travel light. When I turned to go back, there was nothing in chair 14. It was empty. Well, I'll just go check around then. And so I did. There was nothing there. Only my footsteps around. The snow underneath was untouched, and there was nobody in that chair. By the next morning, the blizzard had passed, leaving behind a sky of impossible blue and blinding, pristine snow. The mountain was majestic, silent. My first task was to verify the status of the lift line. I headed back to the deck, flicked the spotlights on, and looked out. Chair 14 was still empty. See? Just stuff. Ethan and I agreed. But then my gaze drifted further down the line past the first tower. Chair 31. Same figure. Slumped, silent. Wearing that same faded blue jacket and knit hat. It was exactly the same. Only 17 chairs further up the line. Ethan, I yelled. He joined me, swearing under his breath. That's impossible. If it was snow, it couldn't have moved. If it was a person, they'd be dead. I grabbed the heavy maintenance binoculars. The image snapped into focus. The figure was undeniably a human shape. It seemed to be looking down at the empty slopes. I couldn't see its face. It was facing the other way. But I could see the low slouch of its hat and the thick powder clinging to the hood. I tried to tell myself that there were 2 snow formations, or maybe Ethan's crew hadn't cleared the chairs properly, and a mannequin had been left out. But a different chair, same clothes, same posture. It's just strange. We decided to take a look. What else could we do? We couldn't climb the cables in the ice to investigate. We had procedures and we had jobs, so we just checked. And as we got closer to chair 31, it just disappeared. Whatever was there that we could both see, that we were both walking towards, it wasn't there anymore. We never found anyone on that mountain, and we never saw that figure again. I worked in intensive care for 12 years, and I saw some strange things. One night, we had 4 patients in a row lose very important lines. These are things like central lines for IVs, breathing tubes, feeding tubes, etc. No one was in the room with the patients at the time that this was happening. Our desks were designed so that we were between 2 patient rooms. We could see both rooms from one desk. The patients were sedated on the vent. The first had a central line that pulled out. We managed that, stabilized the patient, and then the next patient pulled out their breathing tube. Then a feeding tube. The next was another breathing tube. There was no reason for it, and we tried to figure it out. More often, some patients would see a little boy in red pajamas come to their door or into their rooms. Whenever they reported seeing the boy, that patient would die soon afterwards. I only had one patient that saw him. She had a stroke. We were doing comfort care only. I was working the night shift. Throughout the night, she had periods of being afraid, so I'd hold her hand and we would talk, the best she could, and this would calm her down. During one such talk, she said, "Watch out for Bruce." Bruce is my dad's name. This woman didn't know me, did not know my dad, and I'd made no mention of him while taking care of her. I said, "Who's Bruce?" Thinking maybe it was someone close to her. She laughed and said, "You know who he is. You look just like him." I had chills all over. I do look like my dad, just like him. She said, "Watch out for him. Make sure he doesn't fall. Just watch out for him." And then she drifted off to sleep. A little while after that, she saw the little boy dressed in red. She asked who he was, why we had children in the unit. I told her we didn't. It was an adult ICU. I asked her to describe him. She said, "I guess he's about 2 or so, blonde, wearing red pajamas. He comes to the door and just stares at me. He doesn't come inside." She died later that day, on day shift. We had superstitions about certain things, such as if a patient was dying, tie a knot in the bedsheet and the patient would last through your shift. Or if a patient was dying and it seemed to be unusually prolonged, open the doors or windows and give their spirits somewhere to go. Some patients would hold on until a date had passed so that they wouldn't die on an anniversary or birthday or other important date. Occasionally, we'd have a room where several patients in a row would die, so we started asking the chaplain to cleanse the room after 3 deaths. That would almost always end the cycle. The worst thing that I saw was a very mean old woman. She was in our unit for a couple of days. She was truly awful. She would say mean things to the staff. She cursed at everyone. She got physical. She didn't have any family or friends that came to visit her. One night, she had a cardiac arrest, and we put her on the vent. She was awake on the vent, and she was terrified. She was looking up, not seeing anything in this world, and she was shaking her head. No, very emphatically. She was holding her arms up as if to protect herself. She looked like she was trying to scream, but of course, she couldn't make any sound because of the breathing tube. We tried to calm her down, to sedate her, but nothing worked. She had another cardiac arrest and died. After her death, we contacted her sons. It was then that we learned why no one visited. She had abused her sons their entire lives. Both had cut off contact with her. Whether you believe in hell or not, it sure seemed she was going somewhere she didn't want to. Can objects be haunted? Yeah, I think so. For me, it was a small table I bought at a thrift store. I didn't really need it, but I'd never seen anything that looked like it before. I decided to continue shopping, and if I came back and it was still there, then I figured it was a sign for me to buy it. It was still there. I took it home, happily set it on the floor, and all was well, for a while. The table folded down, and I had to open the top to secure it with a latch. The latch worked, but it only took a little pressure on the table for the top to close again. I took it upon myself to repair the latch. I was able to do so, but ended up cutting my finger. While I was bleeding, I kept thinking that this should have been an easy fix. And then I shrugged it off and started putting things on the table. I had placed the table so that when I came downstairs, it was one of the first things that I'd see. I noticed that each time I looked at it, I began feeling uneasy. Something was not right. This happened every time I came downstairs, and I found myself avoiding the table as much as possible when I had to walk past it. One day, I sat down in a nearby chair and just stared at the table. As beautiful as it was, I sensed that it had a nasty history. This is the risk you take when you buy things secondhand. Yes, the item may have more character than something brand new, but you don't know where it's been, what kind of energy it has attached to it. My intuition told me that the table had been in a home where great violence had occurred. Possibly it had had blood shed onto it. Specifically, I perceived a husband brutally killing his wife in a crime of passion. The table itself, of course, was an innocent piece of wood, but it had endured horrific pain and rage from its former owners. I wondered what amount of white sage or Palo Santo it was going to take to purify this table or satisfy its lust for blood, as it had already drawn some of mine. It wasn't worth it, I decided, and I ended up getting rid of it. And what do you know? All was right again. I'm a real estate agent, female, 42. I've been selling houses for over 6 years. Working in the industry long enough, it was only a matter of time that I'd come across one of those hard-to-sell houses. The previous realtor that had this house sold its listing at an auction the agency had at the end of every month. It was on the table for cheap. I thought I was going to be able to turn an easy profit depending on how well I worked the sale. The next afternoon, me and my husband went to check out the property in person. I always brought my husband Sean to inspect new properties. We've had to toss out a lot of squatters, especially when the seasons change. We regularly check the vacant properties just to make sure no funny business is going on before we sell the house. When I get a new property, I like to introduce myself to the neighbors. I give them my agency number and tell them to call me if they see anybody entering the premises. A house that sells well for us also increases the property value of the homes around it. 100% of the time, the spiel always made the homeowner feel proud of the home that they have and happy to help enrich its potential growth. And in the future, if they ever planned on selling their home, they'd already have our number. It's a win for them and a win-win for us. But when we pulled into the creepy little stretch of neighborhood, the pictures that were shown at auction had to have been shot at a precise, perfect angle on the best day of summer, because what we pulled up to looked nothing like the picture. It felt like the house was frowning when we arrived. I worried, even if I picked the litter out of the trees and slapped a fresh coat of paint on the dump. Is the house too old to realistically compete with the younger, less ran-through houses around? New families weren't looking to move into dumps back in 2003. A little over 2 decades ago, it wasn't like it was today. If you're 30 or under, take a second to look around you right now. It's a dump, isn't it? It's not your fault. Nowadays, the house that I'm talking about is selling for close to $1 million. It didn't used to be like that. Growth by proxy. The town around it grew into a city, turning that dump into a highly sought-after suburban home just outside the metropolitan area. But this is in the past. I'm in 1999 having an anxiety attack about the state of despair as Creed jams their final notes of With Arms Wide Open and Sean plays air drums. Only when the song ends were we allowed to exit the vehicle. And that's when I was able to really see the seemingly overwhelming goal I'd set for myself. After a quick walk around the outside of the house, we walked across the street to meet the neighbors and do our little spiel. That house looked equal to, if not worse, than the house we were selling. I had no clue what I was going to say if they answered the door. We were halfway up the broken driveway when the front door swings open, and we saw an old woman holding a gun bigger than herself. She yelled at us to read the sign. With our hands held up, Sean and I look around for a sign that we must have missed. The woman shouts, "It says no soliciting or die." I tell her we're not solicitors and go into my spiel. The woman would meet us out at her fence and apologize for threatening us with her rifle. She ended up telling us that she had seen people in the home, lights on at nighttime. Sometimes it looked like there were fires inside, but she never saw anyone leave. In addition to this, she's also seen a cloaked figure running around on the roof. We thanked her for her time, and Sean popped the trunk of the car to retrieve our squatter repellent bag. There was a brick walkway that led to the front door. I put the key in, but the door just opened because it was already unlocked. That's never a good sign when entering a new property, and it didn't help that the neighbor had us thinking this place was going to be a hellhole upon entering. Sean pulled me back and took the lead inside with our repellent tightly in hand. We were astonished to see that the house looked clean and fully furnished. All of the furniture and appliances were covered in dust. If the outside looked half as put together as the inside, I might have felt a little more ambitious, but I still couldn't get over that the previous owners managed to maintain the interior so well, but let their immediate outside stay in such shambles. Sean and I walk from room to room at a level 10 of intensity and find the house to be empty. In the process, we were able to fully see how well this home had been preserved. It looked like the family could have walked right through the doors at any moment, but apparently they hadn't done that in quite some time. It was eerie. I didn't know the history past the bank's proprietor purchase, but from the photos still hanging on the walls, it looked like a family had lived there. Mother, father, and a daughter. On the ground in the daughter's room, there was an open coloring book with crayons still laying next to it. The page was unfinished, never being returned to. What would have made the family just stand up and go like that? It's boggled my mind ever since, trying to fathom the possibilities. The living room was spacious with a fireplace. That's where Sean and I were standing together compiling a list of things that needed to be done, and we heard a voice ask, "Is anyone there?" Sean, still holding the repellent, says, "Hello?" The voice again asks, "Is anyone there?" Then he adds that he's stuck, but stops replying after that. Sean and I are looking up and down for where this voice could possibly be coming from. We both notice the page has changed in the coloring book, but we don't comment on that until we're gone. After another full ring around the house, we meet back in the living room, and Sean points to the chimney, suggesting that we check there for one last effort. Sean gets on his back with a broom and shimmies it up. Soot plumes down, then a shoe, and then a leg bone. The sight was absolutely horrific. I'd never seen anything like that in real life, and yet I knew exactly what had just fallen onto Sean's face. The bone was heavy enough to split open his forehead when it hit him. It was terrifying when he started screaming because it echoed up the chimney chute. I took him to the hospital, and we reported it to the authorities. Not only did they have to break apart the chimney to retrieve the remains, the firefighters let the chimney fall completely forward through the roof, damaging the structure and making it unlivable. It was a wash. And no pun intended, but with it, all my hopes came crumbling down. It was ridiculous and scary, a scary that you don't really think about until you rethink about it. I don't know if Sean saw this. Could never really bring myself to ask him. But before the whole skeleton thing, I saw 2 red eyes glowing in the bathroom. I thought it was an electrical plug, but when we went in and flipped on the lights, nothing resembled what I saw in the hallway. There was a pretty cool rotary phone on the wall that I was going to take, but when Sean started bleeding all over the carpet, we had to leave fast. So, the next time you're in the market to purchase a home, you should ask your real estate agent if they've ever had to sell a haunted house. If they like you, you'll surely get at least one good story. This was mine free of charge, or better yet, first one's on the house. Growing up, every year, my family would spend our summer vacation at our cabin. The summer of my junior year of high school, I used to babysit at this rather large house. The kids were about 4 and 2. The first time I went, my sister came along to help. Walking into the house the first time gave me an uneasy feeling, but I never could quite put my finger on it. Of all the summers we'd been going to the lake, this was the first time we'd known anyone living in this particular house. As the night went on, the parents were gone from about 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Things started to get weird. My sister was sitting at the dining room table, and I had taken both of the kids to the bathroom. About a minute later, she runs up to me and the kids and swears she heard footsteps run up behind her and suddenly stop. When she turned around, she said she saw nothing and got super freaked out and ran to me. Even scarier, she said the footsteps followed her as she ran, picking up speed and almost catching up to her. I'm gonna be honest, that freaked me out quite a bit. The rest of that night, I still felt uneasy, but nothing happened to me. The next time I went to their house to babysit is when I experienced something paranormal for the first time in my life. I was playing with the kids in their playroom, and from the opposite side of the room, a toy fell out of their toy chest. Both kids were on my side of the room, and the toy chest was barely half full. We all saw it. Everyone was quiet, and I could sense the oldest becoming uneasy. I played it off, though, sharing an unprompted laugh, which made them laugh. Then, I put the kids to bed and just waited for the parents to get home. It was an agonizing couple of hours. I kept expecting something to jump out at me. The next couple of times babysitting after the second time were some of the most terrifying of my life. I'd hear footsteps upstairs when I was downstairs, and both of the kids would be with me. I'd see black shadows out of the corner of my eye quite often. It got to the point where lights would turn off and on by themselves, right in front of me. I could even hear the switch click. There was one specific time that I felt one of the children run up and grab the side of my leg, but there was no child when I looked down. I completely lost it after that incident. I called my mom, crying, so she could help me get through the rest of the night. It may not sound awful to you guys, but to me, the fear had consumed my whole body. The final straw was when the 4-year-old got out of bed and started laughing at me. I asked him why he was laughing, and he just continued to laugh even harder and looked to the side of my face instead of directly at me. I had no desire to turn around, and I sent him back to bed. That was it for me. I knew something was in that house, and I never went back again. The parents were my dad's friends from work who had rented the house for that summer. After I officially quit, my dad told me about the many rumors that surrounded the house. He knew that they had gone through 4 nannies before we had even made it there. They paid very well, and that's why I kept going back initially, until it became too much. The best part about the story is after I stopped babysitting, the 4-year-old had woken up one night screaming and crying, telling his dad that he knew someone was in his closet. And when I heard about that incident, I never regretted my decision to stay the hell away from that house. I work nights, which already made winter harder than it needed to be. Short days, long darkness. I'd come home while people were waking up and sleep through most of the daylight without meaning to. So when these dreams started, I blamed the season. In the dreams, I'd wake up in my apartment as it was. Same pale winter light leaking through the blinds. Same hum of the heater struggling to keep up. And that same quiet that you only get in the middle of the night when it's snowing out. There was always a woman standing near the doorway. She never moved, never spoke. She wore plain clothes, a sweater, dark pants, nothing too distinctive. Her hair was pulled back loosely, like she'd been getting ready for work. I assumed the dreams were stress. But then I started waking up before the dream ended. I'd open my eyes already staring at the doorway. My heart would be pounding. My body would be heavy like I'd been held down by the cold. The room would be empty, but the feeling lingered, like someone had just stepped out of the frame. One afternoon during a heavy snowfall, I woke up to my name being spoken. It wasn't whispered or yelled, it was just said. I sat straight up. The room was dim, gray with reflected snowlight, but no one was there. Beside me, though, the mattress was indented. as if someone had been sitting there long enough to warm the sheets. The indentation slowly lifted. I didn't sleep again after that day. The dreams continued. In one, she stood closer, at the foot of my bed this time. The heater rattled behind her, and I remember noticing that she didn't seem affected by the cold. Not at all. "You're sleeping too long," she said. I woke up gasping to a blinking alarm clock. Power outage. I'd slept through an entire shift, something I'd never done before. My boss barely believed me, but trusted me, I guess. After that, though, things escalated. I'd wake up to find the thermostat turned down, lights switched off, my phone flipped face down when I always left it charging screen up. I started setting multiple alarms. Sometimes they wouldn't go off. Other times I'd wake suddenly, seconds before them, already sitting upright, heart racing. The final straw for me came when I overslept again during a snowstorm and nearly lost my job. I asked the building manager if anyone else had complained about strange things. When I told her my unit number, she got quiet. She told me the previous tenant had passed away in their sleep last winter. They really should have to tell you these things before you move in. Anyway, I moved out before spring, and I don't dream about her anymore. But with winter being here again, and that snow falling, and the muffling that comes with it, I wake up sometimes, sure that someone's going to be standing in the room. She never is, though. I think I'm safe. From whatever it was. I used to walk home late from work during the winter. It wasn't far, maybe 20 minutes, but the route was always a little nerve-wracking. No sidewalks, just a skinny shoulder carved into a 2-lane road and just cut through trees. Drivers took it like a suggestion rather than a rule, especially when it snowed. Everything looked softer and prettier and twice as dangerous. This happened maybe 15 years ago, and I still don't really have an explanation for it. It was one of those nights where the snow fell slowly, flakes drifting sideways in the wind. My boots made that crisp, squeaking sound on the packed powder. It was technically a night like any other, but it just felt extra pretty out there. I had my hood up, hands shoved in my pockets, and I was zoning out, thinking about getting home and thawing my fingers, the usual. And that's when I heard a car behind me. Not just the distant hum of an engine, this was close. Tires pushing through slush, the low rumble of a heavy vehicle. I stepped closer to the edge, turning my head just enough to check how close it was. There was nothing there. The road behind me was empty for what felt like a mile. No lights or movement, and not even the glow of a car cresting the hill. So I brushed it off. Snow makes weird sounds. I kept walking. A minute later, I heard it again, louder and closer. This time I fully turned around, expecting to see headlights bearing down on me. Again, there was nothing. But the sound didn't fade like a passing car would. It cut clean off. And that's when the paranoia started to set in. I'd heard of black ice accidents, cars losing control and sliding into ditches. What if someone had crashed up ahead or behind, and I just hadn't seen it yet? What if the wind was bouncing the noise around? I decided to cross the road anyway, just to feel less exposed. On the far side, there was a steep embankment, maybe waist high. I figured if I climbed up a little, I could stay out of the way of any vehicle coming around the bend. I checked both directions, empty, and I jogged across. As soon as I reached the middle of the road, the sound hit again, but this time it wasn't subtle, and a car was barreling toward me. I heard the engine roaring and the tires grinding. And then I saw the headlights, bright and white, coming straight for me. I screamed and threw myself up the embankment, slipping on the fresh layer of snow and slamming onto my hands and knees. I remember the cold sting. I braced for the hit. I waited for impact, for the rush of air, for anything. But nothing happened. The road was empty and everything was silent. I tried to stand, but I slid back down, shaking so violently I could barely stay upright. I must have stood there for a full minute staring at the stretch of road, waiting for some car to materialize, but it never did. I saw nothing in either direction. The snow fell quietly, like nothing had happened. What was I supposed to do? Call the police and tell them I'd been hit by what exactly? A phantom? A hallucination? So I just kept walking. Every few steps I checked behind me, but the sound never came back. I didn't talk about it to anyone until years later. And even now, when I think about it, my body reacts before my brain does. My chest sort of tightens and my palms sweat. Like I'm back on that road, seeing that phantom car. 15 years and I still don't have an explanation. All I know is that stretch of road was never quite the same. So this is sort of a strange story, but since I can't stop thinking about it, I thought I'd share it with you. I've heard of doppelgangers, mainly the forms of fiction or an innocent joke. Though in my 43 years on this earth, I've never had someone tell me that I so much as look like someone or resemble someone. I've been living in this neighborhood for almost 15 years, and as a result, I know just about everyone in town, and likewise, they know me. However, the last 2 weeks have been strange, in that several people, whom I don't know, have mentioned knowing my doppelganger. The first instance, I was standing on a busy downtown street corner, waiting for the light to change as I headed to a doctor's appointment. A woman approached me and asked if I had decided where we were going to have lunch. I looked at her and said, "I don't know who you are. Why would I be going to lunch with you?" She told me to stop joking around, that we would have to find somewhere to have lunch quickly, as she had to get back to work. She would not believe me when I said I didn't know her. So I pulled out a couple pieces of identification, and I showed her I was not who she thought I was. She was shocked. Apparently, I was her brother. Exact same looks, clothes, and mannerisms. She also said her brother was a joker, and that this was the type of stunt that he would pull on her for a laugh. She looked at me suspiciously, even though I had proven my case. She asked if I could stay with her until her brother arrived. I really wanted to, but I had to go to a doctor's appointment, and if I hadn't gotten moving then, I'd be late. In retrospect, I wish I would have stayed to meet the guy. Maybe less than a week after that appointment, I was approached by yet another woman I didn't know. This time, I was standing at the bar of a place that I'd only been to a couple of times. I had my beer, and the plan was to watch the rest of the T-Birds game before heading home. And that's when this woman approaches the bar. She didn't ask me anything at first, but I could tell she was looking at me. And then she just casually said, "Hey." I greeted her, but I could tell she thought she knew me. After standing for a moment, she says, "I can't believe you're not going to say anything about last night." She was angry or frustrated. I looked at her confused and asked her, "Is it possible you're mistaking me for someone else?" She scoffed, told me to stop fucking around. I went to grab my ID from my wallet, fully prepared to prove my case yet again, but before I could, she grabbed my beer and splashed it in my face. What the hell? By the time I could see again, she was gone. The bartender was looking at me like, "Damn, what did you do, dude?" I asked the guy, "Who was that woman?" He laughs. Apparently, he thought I was kidding. So, another case of severely mistaken identity. Leaving the bar that night, I was honestly a little on edge. It was fine when I was innocently mistaken as someone's brother, but now this doppelganger is really pissing people off, and I'm somehow getting the brunt of it all. That was the last experience I had that jolted me, but evidently, this man, my look-alike, lives in the town I work in. I noticed as many people have started to greet me as him, so I know that his name is Dean. Hey, Dean. What the hell does one say to that? I've gotten to the point where I just ignore them, which maybe that's not a good look for Dean, but as far as I'm concerned, this was my face first, my town. Like, where did this guy come from? Why do I feel like somehow I'm being erased? To this day, I've never met him, and honestly, I don't really know if I want to. I used to work in construction. I was part of a crew that was assigned to enclose a building that was gutted by a fire. The building was an old train depot that housed offices and a microbrewery and several restaurants. Our job was to shore up the walls, install the second floor, relocate the elevator, beef up the foundation, and build a roof system. One day, my fellow worker named Dan and I were assigned to relocate the elevator to the center of the building, and also cut out the flooring and floor joist and frame up the opening. After successfully completing that task, we were cleaning up around the area, and I dropped my tape measure into that hole in the floor. I would have to go down into the basement to retrieve it. There were 2 ways I could go. I decided to go down the closest way and proceeded to that staircase. It was the back one, a narrow, dark staircase that ended up in a small room without a light. That room opened into a larger room with one light bulb that wasn't bright enough to light up the entire room. As I entered the room, I could see my tape measure lying on the floor. I proceeded to walk over and grab it. That's when I saw what I thought was Dan, standing just out of the light. I couldn't see his face, just the clothes and feet. It dawned on me that the clothes were different and that he got down there really fast. I asked him how he got down there so quick as I passed him. When he didn't respond back, I turned to look at him, and he disappeared. I grabbed my tape and ran up and out of that space as quickly as I could. I knew at that point that I had just seen a ghost. I told the crew about it, and they laughed at me, started calling me the Ghostbuster, or Buster for short. That story made it to a TV station that was 100 miles away, and they interviewed me. I was also interviewed by a documentary movie director, someone that wanted to put my story into a project he was working on. Come to find out, the original owner back in the 1800s had a daughter that fell in love with a local man, one that was not of her standing. The father, not wanting his daughter to marry outside of their class, had shot the man and killed him after an argument. Thus the reason he was still there, waiting for her. I was also assigned to lock up and unlock the job site every day. I used to come in early and unlock the building and the trailer. I used to find the doors unlocked and no footprints in the snow. That place used to give me the creeps. I grew up in Oregon, and if you've ever spent time in the thick of its forests, you know how easy it is to lose yourself in them. It's not just the trees, though they're dense enough to swallow the sun. It's the way the land itself seems to shift, how familiar trails suddenly feel foreign, how silence settles in like a living thing. I was 16 the summer that it happened. My best friend Jay and I had hiked out to a secluded lake, deep in the woods near the Three Sisters Wilderness. It wasn't an official campsite, just a spot that we'd heard about from Jay's older brother, a hidden gem, he called it. We figured we'd spend the night out there, away from everything. No cell service, no noise, just the lake, the trees, and the 2 of us. I recall it being basically a perfect day, warm but not too hot, the kind of Oregon summer afternoon where the air smells like pine and earth, but you're not really breaking a sweat, where the water is so still it looks like glass. And that's where we decided to set up camp, swam in the lake, built a small fire as the sun went down. And then that's when things got strange. It started with the sounds, a low hum like distant machinery vibrating through the trees. Jay noticed it first. "You hear that?" he asked. His voice was hushed. I did hear it, but it wasn't just a sound. It was a feeling, a pressure in the air that made my skin prickle. We tried to laugh it off and chalk it up to some weird natural phenomena. And then the woods went silent. Everything stopped. Just an unnatural, suffocating stillness. And then the lights appeared. Not in the sky like a plane or a star, but in the trees. Small, flickering orbs, pale, bluish white, weaving between the trunks like fireflies, but moving with intent, intelligence. Jay grabbed my arm. "Dude, we gotta go." I was about to agree when I noticed something even worse. The fire. We'd built it up just moments ago, fed it dry wood, watched it crackle and spit embers into the night. But now, it was nothing but a pile of cold ash, like it had burned out hours ago. That's when the fear hit. We grabbed our packs, doused the remnants of the fire, though there was nothing left to put out, and we took off. The trail back should have been easy to follow. We'd marked trees, left a few clues to guide our way, but none of it was there. The path twisted in ways that it hadn't before. Trees we didn't recognize pressing in on all sides. The humming sound returned, louder now, buzzing behind our ears. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it was morning. We were standing on the side of the dirt road, less than a mile from where we'd parked. The sun was up, the birds were singing, and Jay was shaking, staring at his phone. It was Sunday. We'd left for the lake on Friday. An entire day and a half gone. We never really talked about it after that, not really. What was there to say? People disappear in the woods all the time. Some come back, some don't. I guess we were lucky. At least I think we were. But there's still something so unsettling about losing time. Time you'll never get back, and time that you can't really explain. This happened when I was 12, during a family reunion at a lake house in northern Michigan. It's the only time I ever answered back, and it's the reason I don't go near the water at night anymore, especially in Michigan. It was a humid July evening. All of the adults were in the screened-in porch, their voices dull, comforting, this sort of hum behind the sound of the crickets. I had wandered down to the dock to sit in the dark and watch the fireflies. The lake was like black glass. Out of the darkness from the middle of the water, I heard a whistle. It was a cheerful one, just a two-note, hello sound. The exact way that my Uncle Pete used to call us in for lunch. "Uncle Pete?" I had called out. I figured that he'd taken a rowboat out for a late-night smoke, though I also thought that I had heard him a moment ago, up with the rest. The whistle came again, a little further out, but louder. Clearly this wasn't him, but it was so clear that it felt like he was physically calling to me. Without thinking, I stepped off the dock. The water was shallow at first, the sandy bottom smooth under my feet. Then the whistle. I waded in up to my waist. The water was unnaturally warm, almost like bath water. I wasn't scared. I felt a strange, drowsy compulsion to keep moving. I wanted to find the source of that sound. I wanted to see who was calling me. I wanted to see Uncle Pete. Whistle. I was chest deep now. The sand was under my feet, and it suddenly turned into muck, and the slope of the lake bed dropped off sharply. I was leaning forward, my chin almost touching the surface, when I heard a third whistle. This one didn't come from the water, though. It came from the shore behind me. It was sharp, jagged, sounded like a scream being forced through a flute. The jarring disordinance of the second sound snapped the trance that I seemed to be in. I blinked. The fog in my head cleared instantly. I realized I was 40 feet from the dock, treading water in a part of the lake known for dangerous undercurrents and tangleweed. I wasn't supposed to be here. I looked back toward the house, and there was my Uncle Pete standing on the dock. His face was a mask of pure terror. He wasn't whistling, he was holding a flashlight. The beam was shaking as it hit the water. "Get back here. Don't panic, just swim back." As I scrambled back to the dock, I looked over my shoulder. In the middle of the lake, where the first whistle had come from, the water wasn't calm anymore. There was a soft, rhythmic rippling, as if something very large had dipped its head beneath the surface. I never swam quite like that in my life. We left the lake house the next morning. My uncle never told me why he'd come down to the dock in the first place, but I saw him checking the locks on the boathouse 3 times before we pulled out of the driveway. I think he knew that something was in the water, and it didn't want to play, but it did want me to keep walking until the air ran out. So maybe he heard the whistles. He never admitted that he did, but either way, he gratefully saved my life. I remember the air in my room didn't just feel cold. It felt heavy, like actual fog was in there. I didn't wake up to an alarm or a noise, I just arrived. My eyes snapped open at exactly 4 a.m. It was my 18th birthday, and the first thing I saw wasn't the glow of my phone or the moonlight hitting the curtains. It was him. He was standing at the foot of my bed, a silhouette carved out of the darkness that somehow managed to be more like solid than a shadow. I didn't scream. My lungs felt like they were filled with cotton. A strange, buzzing stillness settled over all of my limbs. I recognized him instantly, which is a bizarre thing to say about a man who died 2 months before I took my first breath. I've spent 18 years memorizing his face in grainy 4x6 glossies and silent home movies, but seeing him in 3D was different. He didn't look like a ghost from a movie. No glowing aura, no rattling chains. He just looked there. He stood there, hands at his sides, watching me with an expression that was impossible to pin down. It was pride mixed with a deep, quiet longing. I tried to form a word. Dad. But my throat was locked. We just existed there together in the silence of the early morning. It felt like an eternity compressed into a few minutes. Then, as the first hint of gray light began to bleed through the window, the weight of the room lifted. He didn't fade. He was just suddenly gone, leaving me staring at my laundry basket. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat there until the sun was fully up, feeling a warmth in my chest that didn't match the morning chill. Downstairs, the kettle was whistling. My mom was already at the table, clutching a mug of Earl Grey. The kitchen smelled like French toast, a mundane contrast to the impossible thing that I'd just witnessed. I sat down across from her, my hands shaking slightly as I poured my own tea. "I think my father came to see me last night," I said. I expected her to laugh or tell me I was dreaming. Instead, she lifted her eyes, and they met mine. She didn't look surprised, she looked peaceful. "I think he did too," she whispered. She told me that she'd had a dream, though she used the word dream tentatively. In it, he walked into her room, looking exactly as he had the day they got married. He sat on the edge of her bed and told her that he could finally go now. He told her that she had done a good job, that we were okay, and that he'd seen the man I had become. It was eerie, hearing her confirm the exact timing of his departure. But more than that, I felt seen. I'd spent my life feeling like a sequel to a book that was lost before I could read it. That night, for the first time, I felt like the author came back to check the final draft. Happy birthday to me, I guess. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Not in a cynical, prove-it-to-me kind of way. I just never really thought about it much. I work in HR, I drink too much coffee, I spend most of my day answering emails and wondering how my inbox is somehow always full. This event happened maybe 2 years ago. I had just started a new job working in a converted historic building downtown. It was neat with its high ceilings, exposed brick, lots of character. It used to be a post office in the early 1900s, and before that, apparently a courthouse or jail, depending on which hallway plaque you believe. I stayed late my second week on the job to finish some onboarding paperwork. Everyone else had cleared out by 5, but I wanted to get ahead. Around 6:30, I was the only one left, sitting at my desk on the 3rd floor. The only light on in the entire wing. It was quiet except for the hum of the exit sign and the occasional creak of the old building itself. But I heard footsteps, not above or below, but on my floor, coming down the hallway, slow and deliberate. I figured it was maintenance or security, but then I remembered the security guy came through right before 5. And there's no cleaning staff until after 9. I poked my head out and said, "Hey, sorry, didn't realize anyone was still here." No answer, just the footsteps continuing. So I followed them down the hallway. Empty office after empty office. No one there. The footsteps just stopped, mid-hallway. I stood there for a second, wondering if maybe the building's acoustics were playing tricks on me, when I felt something. Just a shift in the air, like someone was behind me. I turned around and caught a glimpse, just a flash, of someone stepping into one of the old mail sorting rooms. The door swung gently shut behind them, even though I hadn't heard it open. I went in, heart racing. The room was empty. I even checked behind the filing cabinets. Not a thing. When I told my coworker about it the next day, they just said, "Oh yeah, that wing's weird. The mailroom used to be part of the old jailhouse. They say one of the inmates died in there. Locked in overnight. Forgotten." I figured that was just office gossip, they said. Sure. I laughed it off, of course. Said it was probably just nerves, but I don't want to work late anymore. Not unless someone else is there. Many years ago, I had a job cleaning floors overnight on the graveyard shift once the business closed. The owner of the cleaning service had contracts with the stores like Kmart, True Value Hardware, and a few other retail and department stores. Normally, it was just 2 or 3 guys to a store, depending on the size of the store. True Value, for example, was small, so there'd only be 2 guys assigned. There was a running joke about how scary it is to be locked inside the store, all alone at night, and you don't want to ever experience it. People really seemed to feel this way about the Kmart. I would hear stories of people hearing voices or jokes about it, but I never thought much more about it. Every time I reported to where I was assigned, there was always another guy or 2 there. There were never any issues for me. Well, one night when I reported to where I was assigned, the Kmart, I was told the other 2 guys had called out, so I'd be on my own. I wasn't a bit scared at all. I didn't really think about it. That was until about 10 p.m., when all the Kmart employees had left and the last car rolled out of the parking lot. And so I was locked in the store, alone. I soon realized what everyone meant about how scary it is to be locked in a store this big, alone, overnight. I immediately started hearing noises. I for sure tried to brush it off, but I swear that sometimes it sounded like actual voices. Things like, "Hey," or "Yo." I realized every little noise was causing me alarm. What was that? Who's there? Hello? The entire night you think or you feel like someone's there. I called out hello several times even though I was sure I was alone. The worst part was going into the dark warehouse for supplies. Dead silence. But then you hear a noise. I went to the hardware section at around midnight, and I stuck a hammer in my back pocket for protection. I was convinced that someone was in the store with me this time. By 2 a.m., I was in the sporting goods to grab a baseball bat. I never had to use these things, but I sure felt good carrying them around. It was a huge store, only me inside, and I was locked in. Dead silence. I remember constantly checking the parking lot just to see if someone had arrived or something. The noises going constantly, especially the ones that sounded like voices. They made my imagination start running wild. I was never so happy to see the sun come up and get the hell out of there. I for sure think everyone is on to something. That Kmart was haunted. I can't say the same for True Value, though. That place was pretty boring, and definitely not haunted. When I was about 14, I lived in an old house that once belonged to my great-grandmother. Right next door was an even older house that was once home to my great-grandmother's mother, Mama Roberts. Mama Roberts was dead, and I always suspected that she may have died in the house, because there was a creepy feel whenever you were in that house. We mostly used the house for storage, but there was also a ping pong table, and my friends would come over and we'd play ping pong in the house. One day, my friends and I were playing ping pong and it started to get late, so we turned off the lights in the house. My friends went home, and I went back to my house. After an hour or so, my parents called me and told me that the light was on in the house, right where we were playing ping pong. I was sure that I'd turned off the light, but I stepped outside. I saw that dark, scary house with the light on in the room where we had been. The thought of going into that house in the dark gave me goosebumps all over. I was very scared, but almost for no reason. And then I had a thought. Mama Roberts is my relative. She wouldn't hurt me. Her spirit may even be able to help me if she had the chance. So I shouted out to the house and said, "Mama Roberts, I left the light on. Can you turn the light off?" That instant, the light went off. It still creeps me out, and that was 22 years ago. I grew up in a duplex with thin walls and a shared crawl space that ran underneath both units. My mom used to joke that if we ever lost a toy, it probably rolled under the neighbor's living room. I was 7 when I first noticed the noise. It started as scratching, faint, like a raccoon or possum under the floorboards. It would come and go, mostly at night, sometimes during dinner. We'd hear it in short bursts, like something moving and then freezing. My mom always shrugged it off. Old house, she'd say. One night, I was playing alone in the living room while my mom took a bath. I had this little plastic army set that I loved, dozens of little green figures that I'd line up like a battlefield. One of them slid off the rug and rolled onto the couch. When I reached to grab it, I heard it again, scratching, but closer this time, directly under me. Then something tapped 3 times beneath the floor. Not a scurry or a shuffle, distinct taps, like knuckles on wood. I froze, pulled my hand back, stared at the floor for a long time. Later that week, I told the kid next door, Jamie, what I heard. He was a year older and always tried to act tough, but when I mentioned the crawl space, he got quiet. I saw someone down there once, he said. I asked what he meant. He just shook his head. Doesn't matter. My mom says we're not allowed to open it. I had a hard time getting to sleep that night. I started keeping my feet off the floor while I played, just in case. At one point, I even asked my mom if she could check the crawl space, just to make sure nothing was living in there. She told me to stop watching scary movies before bed. A few months later, Jamie's family moved. It was sudden. One day they were there. The next day the curtains were gone. The scratching stopped after that. So did the tapping. We stayed in that duplex for another 3 years. Nothing ever escalated, but I never forgot the sound. Last year I drove past the neighborhood while visiting my mom. The duplex looked the same, peeling paint, rusted mailbox, but now there was a chain and a padlock on the crawlspace hatch, and a small white handprint smudged just beneath it, faded, like it had been there a long time. Tornado warnings are strange things. You hear them all your life, so when one finally applies to you, it feels unreal. The sky that evening was the wrong color, if you will. Greenish, bruised. In the air, it was heavy, enough to press against your chest. When the siren started, I went straight to the basement. I brought my dog, a flashlight, and my phone. I didn't bring shoes. The sirens wailed on and off. Somewhere above me, the house creaked and groaned. And then I heard a different sound. Singing. At first I thought it was the wind. Tornadoes make strange noises. People say they sound like freight trains, but this was melodic, soft, almost gentle. And it was coming from outside. I went up the basement stairs before I could stop myself. The singing grew clearer with each step. When I opened the door to the backyard, the wind nearly knocked me over. The field behind my house, usually empty, was full of people. They stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the sky. Men, women, children. All of them singing this same low, wordless tune. None of them moved as debris flew past. None of them reacted to the sirens. The tornado touched down at the far edge of the field. I could see it clearly, twisting and alive, tearing the earth apart. These people didn't run. They lifted their faces towards it. I screamed for them to get inside. My voice vanished in the wind. It never stood a chance. One of them turned to look at me. I felt as if they wanted me to stand with them. My dog growled, a sound I'd never heard from her before. She started to come up the stairs, and I wasn't having that. I started to pull the door shut. The power went out. The singing stopped all at once. When it was over, the field was empty. No bodies, no sign of anyone. There were no reports of a mass group of people disappearing. Nothing like that. Tornadoes are weird, but this one was extra. My fellow nurses and I have seen a spirit-like mist rise from the body as a patient died. Scared the hell out of me the first time. After that, I just accepted that the patient had been released from their suffering. One that stuck with me was when I had a patient suddenly tell me his friend was there and that he wanted him to come with him. Instead of a human, I saw a mist-like blob at the foot of his bed. The man didn't know that his friend, also horribly burned in the same accident, had died a few minutes before. Naturally, we didn't tell him because we didn't want to make his last hours grief-stricken. I told him if he wanted to go with his friend, it was okay. Minutes later, he did. The two other nurses beside me saw the mist rise, and they seemed to pass through the window together. I didn't use names here, but I'll never forget them. Neither of them were survivable, so we became the last new friends they ever made. I've shared this story before, and believe it or not, it was taken humorously. I may not go as far as calling you a bad person for laughing, but I can assure you, it's not a funny story. It's actually a story so traumatic that I can remember odd and every detail, and I was 7 years old when it happened. My bus stop was on a road that makes a super tight L shape. That's where me and the other kids from Deer Lake Elementary waited for the bus to pick us up in the morning. The bus stop area was designated by a big boulder on the side of the road in the grass, right at the elbow of the turn. After, it's another long road that branches off to different parts of the town, neighborhoods, and the school. If you go down even further, there's a graveyard at the end of it. A funeral procession was driving by one morning. Me and my friends see the hearse driving at us relatively fast. So all of us hop off the boulder and walk a couple of feet out of the way of the approaching hearse. The thing tries turning too late and hits the boulder head on. It was only going 20 at most, but it was enough to eject the casket out the back of the hearse. When it smacks onto the ground, both its doors pop open, and we get to see the peaceful old man resting in his casket slide past us. Problem is, coming up behind the hearse was the rest of the funeral attendees. First one's a blue Toyota truck with big tires. The guy driving doesn't see what happened from his vantage point. He knows how to take the turn, but he doesn't see the casket. He did feel the truck lift up a little bit on the front passenger side tire as it actually rolls into the open casket. The whole thing made a snap, as the wooden walls at the top of the casket was crushed under the truck, dropping it back down from its tilt. The driver was confused. I think he thought that he hit one of us bus stop kids because he immediately looked out his window at us with a, huh, face. Then he hopped out and walked to the front of his truck and saw his tire inside the casket, flattening the upper half of the body like a pancake. He's like, oh no, and jumps back into the truck, throwing it into reverse and hitting the gas with enough torque to shoot the casket forward, out from under the body, spinning it around on concrete until it stopped in an Egyptian-looking pose. That's when me and my friends all went freaking nuts and ran home to our houses. From crash to pose, this whole thing lasted 12, 13 seconds at most, but I don't think I'll ever get the gross, flat-top corpse sliding around out of my core memories. Yuck and sad, really sad for the family. I'm sure they also didn't want that to happen. I'm a 25-year-old male living in Utah, and I'm curious if there's anyone with an experience similar to my own. I'm pretty sure I saw a Wendigo or a skinwalker. I know it sounds crazy. I don't actually believe in monsters, and I'm fairly skeptical when it comes to the paranormal, but this happened when I was 17 and still in high school. Our house was in a small town, and our backyard was a vast stretch of empty fields and mountains separating us from the closest civilization. My best friend, Jack, lived next door, and we sort of shared this backyard space. His house was built on a different street, but the small cul-de-sac ended in this field. Later, it'll be relevant to know that his road was originally meant to have more houses, but they were never built. This meant that Jack's driveway was the only one in the cul-de-sac. At that age, I didn't have the best relationship with my parents, so I stayed at Jack's house a lot. A couple times a month, we would wake up to some weird gurgling and dragging sounds from the back porch. His room was in the basement, and the back porch could be seen through his window. But whenever we'd gather enough courage to check, nothing was there. This went on for years, but one night still haunts us to this day. It was around the time Jack was getting ready to move. We used to stay up all night playing games and watching movies, but on this night, we decided to drive around and listen to music. We hopped in his truck, switched on the high beams, and turned down the field as we drove onto the roundabout. That's when the lights illuminated this thing. It looked like a person, but it wasn't. It was naked, on all fours, abnormally large, particularly its limbs. They seemed to fold beneath the creature. Its pale skin was stretched tight over its frame, but the face is what still sends shivers down my spine. Its black eyes glistened as it stared at us, and its jaw hung open to reveal a gaping black maw, like a snake preparing to eat. Then, it suddenly began to scurry backwards into the brush, almost like a movie on rewind. My friend and I were pale as ghosts as we stared at each other in shock, disbelief. We tried to enjoy the rest of the night, but we couldn't believe what we saw. Instead, we stayed in his basement, guns ready, just in case we heard the gargling and dragging sounds again. But we never did. I'm sorry the end isn't more exciting, but it's the truth. I don't live in that town anymore, but sometimes I stop by for a visit. That empty field still feels like it's watching and waiting. Even though I can't see it, I still feel like it's out there. Once, I was home alone while my mother worked the graveyard shift, and she still hadn't returned home when I woke up for school the next morning. It was summer in the South, which meant rainy days and endless humidity. As I looked out my bedroom window, I noticed something in the condensation. The letters RL were written there, as if someone drew it with their finger. And it was done from the inside, not the outside. The next experience is why I lean towards believing in these things, even though I'm a skeptic. It happened a few weeks after my favorite uncle died of a heart attack. There was a 3x5 picture of him on a wall separating the kitchen from the living room. Mom and I were sitting in the living room nearby, and her recliner was right next to that wall. We started talking about my uncle, and his picture suddenly flew several feet, landing between us. The first time this happened, we thought it was a crazy coincidence. But it happened multiple times. Whenever we talked about him, his picture flew over to us. We joked that he was just saying hello. It was never a scary thing. It felt more like he was watching over us. I have a couple more that are scary, but they're also longer. I'll save those for later in case anyone's interested. As a teenager, I got a little too interested in the paranormal, and my experiences started getting too intense. That's when I realized I may have been dabbling with something I shouldn't be, and I prayed for it to stop. Since turning 18, I haven't had a single experience, even when I try to provoke one. It's like I'm cut off from it now. I'm a preschool teacher. The school I work at serves primarily Section 8 housing. Our funding for the school is low on resources across the board. Low staffing, low quality, and low quantity of classroom materials, low access to grants. I could go on, but I digress. Because all educators know, our job is to create the future. I just so happen to work in an area where a lot of futures have a 50-50 shot of going to prison or breaking the cycle. The elementary school my students end up going to is down the block from the preschool. I've seen success stories, triumphs against all odds, but alongside those star students are a million that will eventually grow up to fill the shoes of an adult who grew up in their similar circumstances, etched into their being. A vicious cycle, if you will. My partner tells me that I've grown colder to the world. I can't help but to agree. Here's an example of thoughts that have actually gone through my head this week. I'd only admit this through anonymity. But driving to work, I assist with preparing breakfast for the children that arrive early, so it's usually dark on my drive there. I was driving, entering city limits, where I'm usually met with a cluster of junkies on the sidewalk, hunched over, nodding off. This morning, I can see a shirtless man with a shopping cart zigzagging in the middle of a 3-lane highway. Speed limit's 45 on that road. I maintained 45 miles per hour and continued down the lane I was originally traveling in, thinking, I'm not stopping or swerving if this guy wanders in front of me. I'm in the very right lane. He's giving me a 1 to 3 chance that I can take the day off. I'd call my boss from the scene of the accident. Tell him some homeless man just jumped through my windshield. He'd obviously not expect me to be coming in after something like that. The shopping cart would probably get so fucking embedded in the grill of my car that I couldn't very well drive it to work even if my boss did expect me to come in. The S pattern this guy's doing looks like it's coming back into my lane. I'm 100 yards away, 45 miles an hour. I'm driving a little over 20 yards per second. It's a 5 count. I come within inches of clipping him. In my rearview mirror, I watch him drift into the middle lane and continue his highway escapade, completely oblivious to how very close he came to dying. I'm sure my future self is glad it didn't happen, but at the time, I had no empathy for that man or his situation. So, to say I'm mentally exhausted would be the understatement of the year. But my spirit stays strong for the children in my classroom. It makes my day brighter when I can make their day brighter, as they come into my classroom from the hell their subjective home life provides them. So now comes the story that brings me here, I guess. A few months ago, a new student enrolled and was placed into my classroom. The guardians of the child, who we'll call Leon, consisted of his mother, Sasha, a 20-year-old woman who spoke English as a second language. Our primary communication and translator for the family was a man named Angelo. He was Leon's uncle and second guardian. Angelo was also in his 20s and Sasha's brother. The 3 of them lived in low-income housing apartments provided by the state. Sasha worked at a fast food restaurant. Angelo worked at a hotel. They both worked long hours on switch shifts in order to be there for Leon. Angelo was also taking online classes trying to get his degree. They were the epitome of everything our preschool strived for with our families, working hard for a better future. Where I work, it's not luxurious. It's not supposed to be. It should feel like liminal space. You can find a better, safer place to live, but only if you work for it. Some people are content with this life. The apartments around my school will always be filled. But there will also be tenants who use this as a stepping stone to move up, and that's the goal. It's the reason I show up to work, to show hope to the hopeless, give a boost to the fighters who deserve more than what life has provided. At the beginning of this month, Leon wasn't in attendance for a whole week. The office told me that his mom called sounding distraught, told them that it was a family emergency. Because of her limited English, she wasn't able to explain or advise when Leon would be back. On that Friday, after the children had left, I was organizing my classroom, preparing take-home packets as next week was the final week before spring break. I'm shuffling through papers at my desk when I hear a gentle knock on one of the glass windows on the other side of the room. I look up and it's Angelo. He waves at me, and I was happy to see him standing there. I came out from around my desk, and I go out the side door to greet him. I had so many questions. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but I really cared about this family. When I come out, I'm like, Angelo, hey man, it's so good to see you. Sasha called, told us there was an emergency. How's it going? Is Leon okay? Angelo smiles, and he tells me everything will be all right, that Leon will be in class on Monday. I'm so relieved. I leave my questions there. He tells me, thank you for all the love. I said something like, of course, man, thanks for being you. He leaves, and I go back into my classroom to finish the last of my tasks before going home. The weekend passes and Monday comes. Leon's in class. He's noticeably somber. Midday, having his friends back around him made his heart perk up a little. He was conversing more with his peers. Throughout the day, I would ask, how are you feeling? And it was finally met with an answer instead of the silence he'd been holding on to. With a sigh, he tells me, Tio's gone. I say that I'm sorry to hear that. Then another child distracts Leon's attention with a dinosaur toy, and I'm grateful to see his eyes light up again. I try not to give him any more reasons to think about something sad that day. That afternoon, Sasha comes to pick up Leon. A friend from work has accompanied her, and she introduces herself and tells me Sasha brought me so I can explain what happened. Leon runs up and grabs Sasha's leg. The woman tells me that Angelo unalived himself last Monday. The cops were at Sasha's door as she was waking up that morning. 3 hours earlier, a man had jumped from the roof of the hotel building, and they needed her to identify the body. I'm in disbelief. I begin to stammer out that I just saw him on Friday, but tears quickly begin to fill the bottoms of my eyelids. Whatever I saw outside my window last week could mentally be sorted out later. At that moment, I knew not to protest. I couldn't stop the tears from forming in my eyes, and they immediately filled my eyes when I accepted the news as truth. I told her thank you. Sasha and I didn't engage with words. I didn't want to completely break down in front of my student. I had to be strong. I put my hand on her shoulder, and we looked at each other before they turned around and left. I really don't know how to end this. I really don't know why I started writing it to begin with. I do feel better for it, though. The world is dark, and it only becomes more opaque the longer you look. All you can do is try your best to make it a better place, and hope the next person will do the same. Be kind to one another. You don't know what real horrors families face every day. What you have does not make you who you are. So when I was 16, my dad remarried, and I got a 5-year-old stepbrother that I'll call Sammy. His dad went to prison the year prior, and he didn't talk very much afterwards, not to people at least. When he and his mom moved in, the only thing he did was watch TV and hug his blue cat like a security blanket. The cat was called Babby, and she was Sammy's only friend. He didn't want to spend time with anyone else, and the toy never left his sight. His room was next to mine, and I could hear him talking to it at night. I couldn't make out all the words, but he was clearly having a conversation. After a few weeks of this, I heard someone answer him. This wasn't a 5-year-old making a funny voice, and it definitely wasn't his mother. It sounded like an old woman. I thought some crazy lady broke in to kidnap him. My body moved on its own, and I was opening his door before I knew it. His abundance of nightlights made it easy to see, but Sammy was the only one there, just him and Babby. He looked at me confused and a little nervous. I hadn't actually gone into his room before. While casually checking his closet and under the bed, I asked who he'd been talking to, and he pointed to the raggedy blue cat. The only window was still locked, and there was no sign of anyone else being in there. I was speechless. The next day, I told my dad what happened, but he convinced me that I imagined the voice, and then a week later, I heard the same old woman again. Instead of running into the other room, I placed my ear against the wall to listen. Sammy asked, "When?" And the voice replied, "Now." Next, Sammy asked, "Where is it?" And the voice answered, "Follow me." I heard my stepbrother get out of bed and open his door, but only him. There was no second set of footsteps. Once he made it to the kitchen, I followed him out the back door, stopping only to check his room, which was again empty. When I caught up to him, he was a few yards away from going into the woods. I was yelling his name the entire time, but Sammy said that he never heard me, not until I was right in front of him. He was clutching onto that cat toy like a sacred object. At first, he tried to walk past me, and I had to physically stop him. By then, my screams had woken our parents, and my dad carried my stepbrother back inside. I told them everything that happened, but Sammy said he didn't remember anything before I got there. The following day, the doctor said he experienced a sleepwalking episode, one that woke me up, and I was just confusing a dream with reality. Never mind that I hadn't been asleep when it happened. When we got home, Sammy came into my room to say that Babby was mad at me for ruining their trip. Apparently, the cat was taking him to see his house, and now they had to wait. I asked him why he didn't say that to our parents, and he said Babby told him not to. Extra locks were placed on the doors, and everyone was on full alert for the next couple of months. Sammy stopped talking to Babby when others could hear, and he learned to whisper during the night conversations. Even if I stuck my ear to the wall, I couldn't hear well enough to know what was said. After a while, I stopped trying, and eventually started to forget about it altogether. The more time that passed, the easier it was to rationalize the impossible, until I went to bed one night and woke up to the sound of my creaky door opening. A set of footsteps crossed the room, and I sat up in a panic, but nothing was there. The temperature, however, felt like it had dropped 10 degrees since I went to sleep, but it was the middle of summer in Arizona, so not cold. My door was wide open, and there was no way that I could go back to sleep without closing it. Halfway across my room, I tripped over something and fell hard onto the wood floor. When I got the lights on, there was absolutely nothing there that could have tripped me, not even a rug. The floor was completely clear. A few days later, I was getting a box of cereal out of the pantry when a soup can fell from the top shelf and hit me in the head. It left a painful bruise, and I knew those cans had been pushed way back, away from the edge. We didn't really eat soup, so they'd been up there since my mom moved out more than a year prior. I wasn't climbing on the shelves. I wasn't even touching them. Why would one suddenly fall? The final straw was a couple of weeks later when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. As I was walking in, 2 hands shoved me to the ground, and I just managed to catch myself before my head slammed on the toilet. I screamed. I turned to see who shoved me, yet, again, no one was there. I also never heard any footsteps. Nothing. My cries brought my dad running, and, too upset to think, I just told him the truth. When he didn't believe me, I got even more upset and told him everything that had been happening to me. That weekend, I moved 2 hours away to live with my mother. She believed me and helped me to get over the whole thing, but I held a grudge against my dad for a long time. A couple of years later, he came to my high school graduation, and he took me to lunch before the ceremony. He apologized and said a bunch of stuff about wanting what was best for me, but the truth is, he just didn't want me causing drama around his new wife. None of that mattered, though. I was happier with my mom. As it turns out, we didn't have quite so many reasons to fight without Dad's drama in our lives. The only reason I even agreed to have lunch was so that I could ask him the one thing I cared about. Does Sammy still have Babby? And no, he did not. 3 months after I left, they caught my stepbrother trying to pry the extra lock from the back door with a butcher knife. He cut his hand very badly and needed stitches, and his doctor recommended a psychiatrist. It didn't take long for the shrink to find out about his attachment to the creepy cat and disprove the sleepwalking diagnosis. The kid admitted to being awake when I chased him outside and how Babby wanted to hurt me. The doctor explained it all away with the new marriage and adjustment periods, and our parents believed her. But then things got worse. When they got home, Sammy was terrified of being alone because Babby was angry at him. He went into full hysterics if his mom even walked into the next room. Hoping to help him calm down, they put the cat in the bottom of my closet and let him sleep in their bed. But he still couldn't calm down, not until his mom promised to keep watch all night. She stayed awake long enough to be sure Sammy was asleep before turning in herself. And Dad doesn't have much patience for that sort of thing, so he stayed up late watching TV in the living room. When he went to bed, he found Babby on the bedroom floor, facing the bed. He was so freaked out and annoyed that he took it outside and burned it right there on the spot. Sammy started to get better after that, but Dad never really knew what to make of it all. That's why it took him 2 years to tell me what happened. We obviously have a lot of family issues, but those aside, I know that cat had something evil in it. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked, staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction. But from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns, and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, she said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. I believe children are a little more connected to the other side when they arrive here, until the third-dimensional world we live in beats the magical thinking out of us. Why do I believe this? Well, before I had my first confirmed psychic experience at the age of 3.5, I had already had a very strange paranormal experience a few months prior to that. One that I cannot explain to this day. This was my very first introduction into the realm of the unexplained that I can recall. In the early 1960s, my mother was a bit of an anomaly. She worked in a large corporation while most other mothers stayed at home. My father worked as well. My oldest sister was in school. This forced my parents to search for childcare. My mother found a woman about 6 blocks from our house and began dropping me off there every morning. Now, I was a very loved child up until then, and I'd always felt secure and safe. But this, my first foray into the world outside my family, was a bit of a shocker. The babysitter had 2 little girls that were 2 to 4 years older than me, and they obviously really disliked my being there. They didn't get a lot of attention from their disengaged mother and resented what little attention she had been paid to give me. Within the first few weeks of being there, they would hide every one of my toys that I brought to play with and torture me endlessly. It was a hide-and-seek game with my toy of the day that I had brought. I could never win because they always hid it in one closet that we're not allowed to go into. That was in their mother's bedroom. I was a compliant child who obeyed the rules, never looked for the mother's bedroom. I didn't understand the concept of deviousness, lies, and manipulation at the time, and then I would get distracted and finally forget about them. But I eventually caught on, stopped giving them my toys to hide. With that game over, they resorted to simply calling me to come find them down the hallway, pulling me away from quietly watching cartoons in the living room. As I toddled down the hall, one of them jumped out of hiding and bit me as hard as she could on the arm, for no reason other than pure hatred. I was stunned at this behavior and this unprovoked attack. When I cried in pain and complained to the woman who was tending to tasks in the kitchen, I was telling her that her children were behaving like animals, hurting me. Her detached response was simply, well, bite them back. I was stunned that the rules that applied in my house didn't apparently apply in others, and that random violence was condoned and even encouraged here. I tried to point out that her girls were much bigger and stronger than I was, and she just shrugged. If I had bitten someone, my mother would have beaten my butt. Why did this woman not react the same way? For the first time in my life, I felt vulnerable, afraid, and uncertain. I was getting my first taste of injustice in this dimension. Our usual daily routine was to hang out in the house in the morning watching cartoons, where I was left to fend off their pinching attacks and emotional treachery. Then we'd have lunch around noon, and then the mother would shoo us out into the backyard for a while, presumably to get some peace and quiet. We'd stay outside for about an hour, but shortly thereafter, in the Texas summer, it would get very hot. There was no swing set or real toys to play with, so after a while, one child would report she needed to go to the bathroom and leave the group. A few minutes later, the second would state that she was going to get a drink or something and would leave me, well, waiting, alone, in the yard. Of course, neither of them came back, and I was baking out there in the hot summer sun by myself. I would go to the back screen door that led into the kitchen and the living room area to see where everyone was. There was the mother, 6 feet away from me, reading a newspaper in the kitchen. And the girls were in the cool shade of the house, watching afternoon cartoons. Those were the days before air conditioning. Well, I certainly didn't want to be outside in the heat with nothing to do, and I really would like to be in a cool house watching cartoons too, so I tried to open the door. First came the surprise, and then the shocking realization that there was a conspiracy against me when I found the door to be locked. I asked the mother, too, "Unlock the door, please, and let me in." But she just said, "Nope, you stay outside." My pleas that it was hot, or that I was tired or thirsty, or I'm 3 years old, shouldn't I be taking a nap? All of it fell on deaf ears as the mother just shut me down with every request. The girls rolled over and looked at me from their spot on the floor in front of the TV and snickered in glee at my plight. Apparently, this is how the mother decided to show her girls that she loved them. Group torture of a little outsider girl. I don't know. A couple of hours later, the father would show up from work. I would sneak into the house right behind him as the mother unlocked the door for him. He never questioned why the door was locked in the first place or why I'd been outside. After the third or fourth day of this, I tried waiting for the dad to come up the walkway. So I proceeded to go out to the front yard and sit by the curb in the shade of a tree and wait for him there. My plan was to tell him about the unfair treatment I was getting when he would presumably ask what I was doing upon his arrival. I had a plan for justice. But the mother suddenly realized I wasn't on the back porch anymore and was looking for me. When she found me by the curb, she freaked out and beat me with a paddle so hard she left a large, noticeable bruise on my body. A couple. I was to never go out into the front yard again, she screamed. I did, however, get to stay in that particular afternoon, watch cartoons in the shade for a little bit, till my parents came to pick me up. Apparently, she realized her mistake, because when the father came home before my parents arrived, she showed him the bruises that she'd left on my body with some concern. She wondered out loud to him what my mother might think about this. I'm not sure, but his reply seemed to be along the lines of, "You did it, you're going to have to deal with it." That night, when giving me a bath, my mother notices them too and questioned me about them. I explained, as best as a 3-year-old can, why I'd gotten a spanking. My mother seemed to get it and seemed upset with her. I had a feeling that my mother was going to right this wrong. She was a strong woman. I had no doubt she would protect me. The next morning, though, I was dropped off as usual, and my mother didn't say anything. She actually had what appeared to be a friendly conversation with that woman. In retrospect, I'm sure that she was just being smart and simply didn't want to rile the woman into abusing me even more on my last day, as she needed to find alternate childcare. So, she kept her mouth shut and pretended everything was fine and left me there to go to work. Things were harder for working women back then. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I felt a little more than betrayed and dismayed after watching my mother converse in a friendly manner to this woman, and I thought that there was nothing to be done about my situation. Was this woman somehow stronger than my mother? I resigned myself to, that's the way it is, I guess. This is my lot and I'll have to make the best of it. But I'd hoped that the woman would be a little kinder after realizing that her abuse had left me with bruises. Well, it didn't, and she wasn't. The same routine happened that afternoon, except this time, when the girls made their excuses to go into the house, I attached myself to them, tried to go in at that very same time, thinking there might be a time window thing, and maybe it wasn't all about just being mean to me. They forcibly shoved me away from them and prevented me from entering the house while simultaneously laughing and locking the door behind them. They jeered at and ridiculed me from the cool shade of the house while they proceeded to watch the beloved cartoons. Nope, it was obvious now that it was just about being mean to me, and I was mad. I asked the mother, who was chatting in the kitchen with a neighbor friend, to let me in too, and to unlock the door. The mother, even in front of the neighbor lady, said, "No, you just stay outside," like I was a dog or something. The neighbor lady looked a bit confused, but did nothing to rescue me. So they're all in on it, I thought to myself. My anger at the injustice and abuse began to boil, anger that I had never felt before. I wasn't giving up this time. I was in the right. "Let me in," I demanded with righteous indignation. "Sharon, go away and be quiet," was the mother's only response. and the neighbor lady now pretended that she was out of this conversation. I did not go away. I stood there, and I screamed even louder and with more determination. "No, I won't. Let me in." And I planned on continuing to scream until I wore her down. Each up modulation of my voice matched the up modulation of my anger and intent. But she had a plan too. "If you don't be quiet, go away right this minute, I'm gonna paddle you again." Oh my God, the dreaded paddle. Again? Punished for not liking being punished for no reason. The unfairness, the injustice. I'm a nice little girl. Why would anyone be so mean? Well, I'm not going to be nice any longer, that's for sure. It was the first time in my life I consciously decided against being kind and loving. I screamed with all my might. "No, you won't. You will let me in right now." And I meant it to my very core of my soul. I had never felt true anger before, and this was a very powerful emotion that I was experiencing for the first time in my life. I could feel the power of it growing inside of me. The idea that it was my fate to suffer abuse at the hands of this woman for no reason was more than my pure little soul could handle. All of my bioenergy, all of my new emotions, anger and hatred, seemed to converge into one uncontrollable shadow being that was now growing and welling up deep within me. I've never been so wholly and absolutely angry in my entire life. It was turning into pure rage and fury. It was the first and last time I've ever allowed myself to become that angry. Every cell in my body was mad as hell as this powerful new emotion or whatever surged through me, pulsing larger and larger. Even as I was feeling it grow and expand inside of me like an energy volcano, in that moment, I was also acutely aware that I was feeling something very different than I'd ever felt before. Part of me subconsciously knew that this thing, this emotional, powerful energy volcano, it had the ability to become very large and possibly uncontrollable. It might overtake me. It might even kill me, crossed my little mind. I actually thought I might cease to exist at that moment. Weird for a 3-year-old. Most people would have backed off at that point and ratcheted it down. But I, being the curious and science-minded sort, continued to allow it to grow, just so I could see what would happen. Consequences be damned. At that moment, I didn't care if I lived or died. I just had to see what would happen, and this wrong needed to be righted, in spite of what might happen to me. So, as a 3-year-old, I made a conscious decision to permit it to continue. It was kind of scary, but fascinating at the same time, learning the power of this whole new raw emotion. Anger, turning to rage, turning to fury, turning to what? And just as I began to scream once again while simultaneously deciding to cross that threshold of emotional no return, something snapped inside of me. I felt a shift in some kind of release. The pressure of the volcano thing from inside my body and psyche seemed to go away, and I sort of depressurized. I was glad the pressure was gone, and kind of surprised that it didn't kill me. And then, at the very same moment that everything snapped inside of me, something snapped inside that kitchen too, and my focus and attention to my inner self got diverted to the outer world. With an audible pop, a small ball of blue fire, about the size of a soccer ball, appeared right in the middle of the kitchen, hovering in the air in the very center of the room. Almost before you could say, "What the heck is that?" the ball quickly expanded, and the blue fire filled the airspace inside the kitchen. It flickered and loudly cracked with fury, drowning out the sound of the cartoons in the living room. It sounded sort of electrical, but mostly like that of a roaring fire, though I felt no heat. I'm not sure what the ladies inside felt, though, but it definitely looked and acted like fire and flames, only blue and kitchen-sized. It was as if the air in that room had decided to become blue fire. That's the only way I can describe it. The two ladies were screaming and batting their heads and each other, afraid that their hair was catching on fire, but it wasn't for some reason. Their screaming and the cackling of the blue flame continued for almost 20 seconds, which is a long time when you sit down and count it out. I stood there, still in absolute rage at first. Even at the first appearance of the blue flame ball, I was still angry as it was expanding. But even at my age, I knew this wasn't normal, and the surprise and wonder of it all caught me off guard. Curiosity and wonder replaced my anger as I watched the ladies screaming, and I saw the frightened little girls in the living room behind them. Seeing their frightened faces somehow made me feel a little bit better about my situation. And that's about when the blue flame lessened and dissolved back into a soccer ball size before fading out altogether. We were all pretty stunned, and honestly, at that point, I was glad I was outside. Well, of course, the ladies called the fire department right away as I stood outside and watched all the commotion through the screen door. They inspected all of the electrical circuits of the house, all of the outlets in the kitchen, and found that nothing would have caused such a thing. The woman kept trying to convince them of what they saw. The fire chief pointed out that there was hardly any evidence of a room engulfing blue fire having occurred there. But one thing was burned, and so they couldn't fully deny that it had happened. If you could venture one guess as to what that one thing was, yeah, it was that dreaded paddle, sitting on the far counter, away from any electrical outlets. I watched with an odd sort of satisfaction as the woman held it up to the fireman to prove she wasn't crazy. It was only at that point that I began to wonder if that fire had anything to do with me and that anger thing I'd felt. If not, it surely was some divine synchronicity that this bizarre phenomena happened right as I was feeling all of that rage and only burned that paddle. That evening when my parents came to get me, my mother came inside and spent a few minutes to share some very strong words with that evil woman. I didn't understand all of them. I just got the emotional gist of them. And I knew that I would never be coming back to this house ever again. My mother told me to get your stuff, we're leaving. Empowered now, knowing this was my last chance, I listened to my instincts and went directly back to that closet, the one in the mother's bedroom. I opened it, and sure enough, I saw all of my toys were in there, a huge pile on a shelf. She had to have known they were in there. She knew they were mine. What an evil person. I filled my arms with as many of my favorites as I could carry, while my parents angrily honked the horn for me to hurry up. I rescued most of them, and we left, never to return. Nothing like that has ever happened again, although I wonder what might have been had I explored that talent a little more, back when I was pure and strong and open. Was it all me? Was it my guardian angels backing me up? I don't know. I'm not sure that I ever will. It was both scary and satisfying. I don't think I'd have the courage to explore it nowadays, but it'd sure come in handy sometimes, I think. I still smile about it to this day and now know with certainty that we are all much stronger and more powerful than the powers that be would have us realize. Our consciousness has been purposely suppressed since our inception. Hopefully, we'll all wake up soon and take back our humanity.